stripper. Then you can find the time to spend with your actual family.
Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
Damn! What they on? All steroids and no carbs? Them some thick-ass kids.
This is Primetime.
We're not like you. We're grown-ups.
Your source for the best in local, regional, and national sports.
Oh, my goodness.
Here are Isaac Ropp and Jason Sakanik with Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
Hey, what it do?
Oh,
What's up? Good Thursday.
You're right. You're right there.
Thursday.
Yeah, Thursday.
Thursday.
It is a good Thursday. The madness is upon us.
I know. It's good stuff. I mean, these tournaments, conference tournaments, some teams don't really give a rip
No.
because,
It's like you're fine.
whatever.
Yeah.
But then other teams are playing for their season,
I'll tell you,
kind of like Indiana today,
and it's to see kind of the
live on the fan.
whereas our Oregon Ducks,
Yeah, they won again.
and then tomorrow they get the varsity.
Yeah.
They get their Michigan State team that's quite good. But no, to see teams where everything's on the line, this is the time of the year where college basketball gets really, really good. And I get roped into it. And as you said the other day, I do feel the quality of basketball is getting better with guys sticking around longer.
It's better.
Yeah.
It's not, look, it's still funny sometimes, but
Sure.
it's better.
Yeah.
All right.
And more importantly,
What?
are we bearing the lead?
KU won in overtime?
We're a basketball school now. BYU officially runs the Big 12. I mean, that's just all
Dude,
there
I
is
got to
to
tell
it.
you, I've
That's
told
all
you
there
this
is to it.
before, but I'm going to tell you again just because I don't think you believe me.
Yeah.
BYU is legit.
I can't bring myself to get there
I know you can't.
because every time
They're legit, dude.
you think that BYU is good, they get to the tournament and then some really athletic mid-major comes along and makes us look really slow and really white. And that is,
Yeah.
it's just I've been
Well,
conditioned.
They play Houston tomorrow. So
I know.
there's your slow and white.
We took down
But-
Iowa State again, and you've been propping up Iowa State all year.
Iowa State's a good team, dude. Now, I will say Iowa State was missing two key players today. So that helped BYU. But look, Iowa State is good, and BYU has punked them twice. So, listen.
Not one, but two.
I have not watched BYU most seasons, but when I have seen them, I will. I'm gonna double down and say that this is the best I've ever seen a BYU team.
Yeah,
and I'll tell you why. One, they play really good defense. They are not as early in the year. I watch them and I go, "Oh my god, that team's cookie dough soft." Well, they are not anymore. That coach is good, and they play really good defense. And I tell you what.
tell you right now.
Tell you right now, Richie Saunders might be the MVP of the NCAA tournament. Dude, he is so good.
And we found out today
He is so good.
that Richie is the grandson of the founder of the Tater Tot. He's got big Tater Tot legacy money. Who knew?
He's got everything going for him.
And by the way, he looks exactly,
Well-
and I mean exactly, like a BYU player should look like. And that's what scares me come tournament
But
time.
wait. You always say this about BYU players, that they always look like BYU players.
Yes.
Are there ever players that don't look like BYU players? Like, that's what BYU is. The pretty boy, white, blonde.
No, remember that honor code kid?
No.
He wasn't. A kid who violated the honor code by having sex and then he missed the tournament.
Yeah.
I don't remember him.
He had he self-reported it, I think.
Was he black?
He self-reported it. I think he was mixed.
Oh.
But when we're throwing out the Dallin Halls and the Richie Saunders of the world,
They're good.
It's right out of Central Casting, but it terrifies me that there's an athletic team that's about to make us look really slow and white. And
Hey,
tomorrow
here's the thing.
comes the Houston Cougars.
You're now a basketball school, and the way you know that is that tomorrow does not matter. It doesn't. You know what? This is coming from a Kansas fan who has watched many a conference tournament.
Who are barely hanging on by their teeth
Yeah,
right now.
they're not very good this year, but normal years they're like what you guys are.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, you want them to lose in the conference tournament. Not only do you want them to lose, you want them to get their ass kicked so it refocuses them. One, they get to go home and rest. Two, they get to go home and practice. And three, they get a fire lit under them because they got their butt kicked. It's perfect. Houston by 1 million tomorrow. BYU regroups as what are they saying? Maybe a 3 or a 4 seed?
I don't know about that, but
They're not that high?
no, I don't think so.
Boy, they're dangerous.
Yeah. Well, the problem is that tomorrow they play Houston. And Houston's really good. And BYU's been on a hell of a run, knocked off Arizona, beat the brakes off KU, beat Iowa State twice, Kansas State. But back in January, we did play these very Houston Cougars.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you remember that game. We lost by 31.
Yeah, Houston's mean.
Yeah.
They're mean.
It's not.
But, you know,
not good.
like I said, lose by 31 again tomorrow. It's of no consequence. It really isn't. It will help you.
We'll see what happens.
Richie Saunders, if you haven't seen him, he is white.
Yes.
He wears a headband.
And he has very floppy hair.
My God, he's never met a big shot that he couldn't hit.
No.
He is money, man. And you don't often see that. You see a lot of guys, high volume guys, they shoot a lot, they score a lot. He is deadly.
Yeah.
Right now, ESPN's bracketology has them as a 5 seed.
5 seed.
5.
Yeah, that's a little more along the lines. I think Saunders, by the way, might have been first team All Big 12, if I'm not mistaken.
He should have been.
Yeah.
And the other teams key on him, and he still gets loose. He had 23 today, I think.
Yeah. Well, we had a guy at the beginning of the year, the Igor kid, that was supposed to be like a top 4 or 5 pick. He's like their 3rd or 4th best player. Yeah. Again, the whole freshman thing, but yeah.
Good ball club.
Good little ball club.
I like watching them play.
Go Cougs. Yeah, I was watching the
watch.
Iowa State game today and was like, holy crap, they're going to do it again.
Yeah.
And then I just realized Houston's waiting, and I'm like,
that's all right. Like I
well,
said,
and that's the reality check. Like, I just think of Mike Riley. That clip keeps going through my head. I think we're playing the varsity. And by the way, Oregon may run into that tomorrow with Michigan State.
I have news for you. I know they were missing a couple players. Iowa State's the varsity too, and you just beat them.
Yeah, well,
maybe you guys just don't lose again.
Just now the Cooper Flag's hurt. I mean, do we have the most powerful white going in the game? The Hurricane Whites, here we come.
Here's the thing about that. If you didn't see, we're just launching into super hot college basketball talk for you right now.
I mean, we're knee deep in the tourney right now. Let's go.
Dude, it's good. It's a good day. It's a fun day. Tomorrow's going to be even better.
This
better
Texas A&M game has
great
been fun to
game.
watch.
Texas needs to win this game in order to get to the tournament. I mean, it's just it's
Let's
great.
go.
It's great. We've all caught the fever.
Yes.
What were we talking about?
Cooper Flag.
Yeah. So Cooper Flag, if you didn't see, he got hurt today.
That thing was nasty. But they're saying no break.
No break, which is good. But you know how ankles are.
Yeah.
Dude, he may try to gut it out.
Well,
you're not going to see healthy Cooper Flag in college.
Yeah. I mean,
again.
They said he's a long shot to play in the ACC tournament.
Well, no, he won't play. No.
Exactly.
He is not going to play. He's not going to play until next week.
Yeah.
If that. That's what I mean. Like if he tries to gut it out, he's still going to be super hobbled. You know how ankles are. They don't just magically heal.
No, and his was bad. If you saw it, I mean, he was up. I mean, he was 3-4 feet up in the air, came down on a foot, and it looked like that thing snapped. And he was in a lot of pain. They were wheeling him out in a wheelchair, but they said no break. Ankle sprain, and if you're Duke, depending on your matchup, you might even be able to sit him at least through that first one. Maybe you can sit him through the first the first weekend games. Duke's really good.
Maybe.
So maybe you got a chance there, but that's a bummer because Duke looks really good. Cooper Flag is living up to the hype, and you know, I think whether you like Duke or not, we all wanted to see Cooper Flag in the NCAA tournament because it's probably the last chance, although, you know, he's talked about maybe coming back.
Well, what if he limps onto the court Willis Reed style?
Yeah.
And can't be stopped.
Wouldn't that be something to see him come out there? Let's say he doesn't play in the first one, then they get to the round of 32. Duke's trailing in the second half, and Cooper Flag comes limping out there, puts on a hell of a performance.
Did you know that Willis Reed could be stopped? He did nothing that game.
Yeah, didn't he have like 4 points or something?
4 points. It was more just like the emotional lift.
Yeah.
But yeah, if he goes out there and Willis reads it, he will do next to nothing.
4 points better than nothing.
Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, but we remember that as
That's
like
correct.
this.
4 greater than 0.
Yeah, we remember this as the like, oh my God, the Willis Reed game, when in reality, he didn't do anything.
He had his cape on. He didn't need to do anything. It was
It was about the vibes.
It was the vibe. That's right. So they're going to trot Cooper Flag out there with one leg, and he's just going to be a decoy.
Yeah, flags! Let's see what happens.
I don't know, man.
It looked bad. When I saw that, my first thought was, dude, that dude's done.
I don't know if Duke wins at all without a healthy Cooper Flag.
No, they're not winning at all. I don't care how good you are. You don't lose arguably the best player in college basketball and then just, fine. I mean, you might be able to do like Ohio State with their quarterback in football, but basketball, man, he's such a gravitational player.
Could he play in the wheelchair?
Oh, there you go. I saw, remember the old, what was that old show, Coach? The Minnesota State Screaming Eagles.
Yeah. They
were playing in the national championship game, and the coach's big idea was to fake the quarterback injury, and they put him in a wheelchair. Then at the end of the game, they revealed, He's been faking it the entire time.
Well, but why would that? That's dumb.
Yeah.
Why would they put him in a wheelchair if he wasn't hurt? Like, what advantage do they get out of that?
The idea was, by the way, this was a real plot of a show that they were playing.
That show, by the way, Coach,
It's the worst thing.
terrible show.
Terrible. But back in the day, so they're playing like Ohio State, right? Little Minnesota State's playing like the big bad boy. And they have the best quarterback in the country, and the coach's idea is to fake an injury. And they put him in a wheelchair with a blanket over him and shoulder pads. And he sits for the entire game, and then at the last moment, they pull the blanket off and they're like, go win the game. And even the other coaches are like, he's not hurt. And the coach goes, yeah, but we played a hell of a game thinking he was. And then the other team wasn't ready for it. That is literally a plot that someone sat down and wrote a script for.
I guess I see the idea of putting him in a wheelchair because then the other team is like, he's definitely not coming back. As opposed to him just standing over there.
But wouldn't you, if you had the best player in the country and you were playing in the national championship game, wouldn't you rather just have
play him
the best player in the country?
Yeah.
Seems like that's not the best of ideas to sit like the Heisman Trophy winner for 4 quarters. That seems kind of. What happens if you're getting blown out and you're like, oh hell, this didn't work very well.
What was that guy's name? The big goofy guy.
On
Coach
Dauber.
Dauber.
Also the voice of Patrick Star, SpongeBob SquarePants.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Well, listen, there is hot sports talk for you.
Sports.
Hot. We didn't even talk about golf. You know, it's the first round of the Players. Did Ryan Buckley hit another first round leader bet?
Not yet. Doesn't look like it's going to happen either.
The answer is no.
Sorry.
He flirted, though, with his Alex Smalley.
And Aaron Rye.
FRL bet. Alex Smalley. Dude, he bet Alex Smalley first round leader.
100-1 odds.
Alex Smalley.
I'd do it again.
How many times do I have to say Alex Smalley before I get a reaction out of you?
Well,
Alex Smalley.
Can I raise my hand and...
Exactly. You're going to ask who?
Yeah.
Alex Smalley.
I don't know who that is.
Not he good?
You could be making up a name right now. Quite frankly, it sounds made up.
No, it's real.
Why did you bet on Alex Smalley?
Exactly.
Because I got a good handicap.
No,
What?
you don't.
Like a Dauber Davinsky?
As in,
handicap?
I listened to
He
analysis
tailed
on
someone.
the players' field, and 2 people liked him as a long shot with research behind it. So I was like, you know what? That's worth $1 of my money.
He tailed someone.
Hey, you know.
Yeah, that's following a handicap.
Sometimes that happens.
Yeah.
You know.
I just don't. I
You talk
think
yourself into Alex Smiley?
Alex Smalley.
Smalley.
I think
I
that
talked myself into a 100-1 shot.
I feel Buckley's first round leader bets need to be his own. I think it takes a little bit of the.
I told you the last one I hit was.
Little bit
it
of
was
the
the
edge
Jake
off.
Knapp.
knowing
Now
that
he's
he's
getting
just-
all sensitive.
Yeah.
Calm down. I'm just saying, it's cooler when you hit it and it's your own bet and not some.
Basically, what we're
So
saying.
like the
Buck,
last
is
one that I got that was 70-1 that I thought
Yeah.
up on my own. That
Way
one.
cooler.
we expect more out of you. You've
We think you're good at
Yeah.
it, not just tailing people and getting lucky.
Yeah.
Well, okay. That's complicated because how is
He's getting butthurt.
no, but
Buck,
I
you're
mean,
more than a
how do
cover
you
band.
how do you analyze an entire golf field? Like I'm not going to go out there and pour through spreadsheets worth of data.
You're not willing
there
to.
are people who do that professionally.
You're not willing
and
to
I
do
listen to them.
He's
talk.
not willing to do the work.
Quite frankly, what you're telling us is you're just lazy.
Yep. Got to do the work.
I mean, maybe.
I mean, maybe. Hey, look, he just wants the action. He doesn't care how he gets it.
No, he's hooked on the
Vegas
hell of a
dreams.
ride.
Sometimes
it
I
is.
use the help. Sometimes
Alex
it comes from my own gut.
I still can't remember the
Alex
guy's
Smalley.
name. I can't believe that you bet on that.
Hey, he went 4 under.
That's right. He was tied for first at one
Not
point.
the leader.
Not the leader.
All right. There's more sports
Sports.
for you guys out there.
That was a good Blazer game last night.
Who's winning the you going to overtime here? A&M, Texas.
I'm assuming.
Ooh, that would have been something. That goes.
Yeah, dude, hucked one
Basically full court.
full
huck.
court. Not that far off. A little bit to the right.
Yeah, got a little OT.
We're going to OT,
In
baby.
the SEC tournament. All right, well, let's get started. We have a death, notable death, and we'll get to that next on The Fan.
A Seahawks legend is The Fan.
We have notable sports death. Best-selling author John Feinstein passed away recently.
He came on the program a handful of times over the years, and was the author of one of my favorite books. He wrote he wrote a lot of books on sports, but
Over 40.
yeah, but he did one on the Army-Navy game that I read as a high schooler that kind of started my love affair with Army-Navy. And I think it was called a Civil Rivalry, if I'm not mistaken. But the dude was an absolute beast.
Yeah, 68 years old.
Yeah, no good.
Way too young.
Too young.
And apparently, although they won't say what happened to him, apparently it was sudden.
Yeah,
He was just at
yeah,
his
it wasn't-
brother's house.
Yeah, it wasn't like it was a long time illness or anything.
So his brother probably killed him
Wow, seems a bit
Oh.
extreme.
for some of that book money.
I'm guessing he did.
He did good.
Yeah.
Did all right.
Well, I think his most notable one was it A Season on the Brink, the Bobby Knight book?
Bobby Knight.
Yep.
He wrote Catcher in the Rye
He did not.
about Mike Piazza. No?
Wow. No.
No, he wrote, the one I read of his was Caddy for Life
Mhm.
about Tom Watson's caddy,
Yep.
who has since passed away a while ago. But that was very good. Feinstein was just, I can't think of another sports writer that I would put in his class. I really can't.
No, he was kind of a one-on-one guy.
Yeah, I mean, how many guys have written that many books that were that good? He was also a journalist. You know, he's kind of one of the last bastion, or was, of the traditional. I'm gonna get I'm an honest guy. I'm gonna get the truth for you, journalists.
Yeah.
Didn't really care all that much about social media. Really smart, really thoughtful guy. Nice guy too. Didn't treat people like crap. I mean, Feinstein was the best, man.
No, he was just one of those. Like I said, he was kind of a one-on-one. Living on the Black was a good one.
What's that one?
That was the one where it was about pitching. That was like with Tom Glavine and all that.
A Good Walk Spoiled
Good
is
Walk Spoiled.
probably his most famous.
See, I always thought Season on the
Maybe
Brink.
Season on the Brink,
But he
but-
did the David Faraday. He did his life story, which was really good. I mean, he had a ton of them. But mine was, 1996. I read that when I was in high school, and it was the Civil War about Army Navy. And like you said, there's so many good ones.
The Last Shot. What was that about?
That I don't know.
That one?
I don't know what that one was about.
Mystery at the Final Four, it says.
Oh, remember he started getting into writing fiction.
Oh, that's right, he did.
Yep.
We
In
had
fact,
him on about
We
it.
had him on about that. Yeah, he was writing some. They were kind of like young adult, kind of fiction books.
Yeah, here's another one. Change Up. Mystery at the World Series.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Mystery, Vanishing Act, Mystery at the U.S. Open, tennis.
Yep.
Yeah.
He just he was greatness. Like I said, he's been on the program a handful of times and was just one of the nicest dudes that you could ever want to meet. And like I said, he was the world and sports is a worse place today for having lost him.
Hadn't heard from him in a while, though.
No,
Had you seen him anywhere?
I
or-
don't know what he had been doing. I couldn't tell you.
Well, no, they said he was with the Washington Post. But
Was he?
Yeah, they said he just posted a thing on Tom Izzo recently. His buddy Tom Izzo.
Yeah.
So he'd been working.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Till he got murdered.
Yeah. I just hadn't. Wow. Look at you.
Moment of silence.
Jeff, use our quiet voice,
Yes.
the Garth Brooks voice, to bring it down a notch.
Well, we have fun with NBA audio coming up next.
Mhm.
I don't know if you saw the Blazers game last
I
night.
did see the Blazer game last night.
They lost again.
That was really fun. Yeah,
Was
that's
it?
a clutch loss because like that was the best Blazer game I've seen all year. And they still ended up getting a loss, which at this point I'm all about because you're not making the play-in, so get as many losses as you can.
Dangerously close to a win, though.
Dangerously close.
Like, what are you doing?
Well, I'm glad to see the Knicks pull it out in front of their home crowd. Jeebus.
Is everybody a Knicks fan
How
now?
many freaking Knicks fans are there in the city of Portland?
What's that about?
Dude, there were multiple times where like there was a "Let's Go Knicks" chant, and it was louder than the Blazer crowd. It was kind of insane.
No, but seriously, what is that about?
I don't know.
I didn't know the Knicks had that many.
didn't know,
We were
like-
way away from New York.
Yeah, I'm used to the Lakers. When the Lakers come, that's the thing. Boston has a
Warriors.
bunch, but yeah, I can't say that I knew that the New York faithful was showing up like that.
Whatever.
And then we had the cool moment with the Mo Cheeks and the Natalie Gilbert. Is
Yeah,
that
we'll
her
get
name?
to that next. If you didn't see, that was the best part of the game.
Well, and as much as that game was just bananas, the lead changes. I believe, by the way, the second most lead changes in league history since they started recording them.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
How many?
40, was there 41, 42?
Dude.
Yeah, since they started
That's a stat.
since they started keeping track of that 30 years, whatever it is, that was the second most lead changes. No one led by more than 8. That game was bananas. I turned it on in the third quarter and just was enthralled, but this is the problem. So I was watching it and the BTJ was there, my daughter, we were all watching it, and it was a great game. We were all into it, but my God, the NBA, the final 3 minutes of the game,
Took forever.
it's just punishingly long.
Reviews and stuff?
Yeah,
Timeouts?
reviews and timeouts. And at one point, my daughter just turns to me because she was keeping a clock on it. She looks down and she goes, Dad, when I started paying attention to this in the fourth quarter, she goes, it's been 26 minutes and it's still in the fourth quarter. I'm like, well, now we're going to overtime. Overtime, by the way, went actually pretty swift. Overtime didn't drag on, but man, it is a problem when you get down to the final couple minutes of a basketball game. Like I said, it is punishingly long.
All right, so coming up next, you will hear what Suko's referring to, a little bit of redemption.
Yeah.
22 years later. And it appears that Shaq watches about as much NBA as we do.
Maybe less.
We'll get to those items when we return, but first, here's Buck.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with the Sports Center update. First on the Fan on the college hardwood today. The Oregon men beat Indiana 72-59 in the Ducks' first game of the Big Ten tournament. Jackson Shellstad leads the way with 18 points. TJ Bamba had 17. With the win, Oregon advances to play Michigan State tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. We will, of course, have that action right here on 1080 The Fan with pregame coverage starting at 8:30. Over in the ACC tournament, Player of the Year candidate Cooper Flagg went down with an ugly ankle injury in Duke's win. Head coach John Shire said that x-rays were negative, but it's unlikely Flagg plays for the rest of the ACC tournament. Round 1 of the Players' Championship out at TPC Sawgrass today. Camilo Villegas was alone in first at 7 under par. He's now come back a stroke. He is at 6 under, tied for first, along with JJ Spawn and Lucas Glover. Villegas through 17. He's on 18 right now. He's trailed by Billy Horschel and Minwoo Lee, who are both 5 under par. Others in the mix include Rory McIlroy at 4 under and Scotty Scheffler at 3 under par. In college football, Oregon head coach Dan Lanning says despite other programs canceling their spring games, as long as he is the head coach at Oregon, they'll continue to play one. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy from Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is your home for year-round NFL coverage. The Odyssey app and Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan. 1080 The Fan.
So I think I know the answer to this. Matter of fact, I'm almost positive, but I was watching the end of the Texas A&M overtime here, and they are now in double overtime.
Double OT, 81-81.
Great ball game. But the kid, Wade Taylor for A&M, with just a few seconds left, he chucks up a runner, and it's well short of the rim to the point where a guy going up, I mean, not for the rebound. It's like an alley-oop, basically. Sure. The question, and I'm pretty sure this is right, that you can't then, if it doesn't hit the rim and the clock has gone off, it's hit red, you can't then, like the alley-oop does not count. Because he didn't alley-oop it.
No.
But, yeah, so the guy who touches it, it's just like if he didn't get the shot off in time, basically.
Yes.
But Wade Taylor, or was it Wade Baldwin? Wade Taylor, whatever. The kid for Texas A&M.
Wade somebody.
I think it's Taylor.
Dwayne Wade.
I think it's Dwayne Wade.
Dwayne Wade. All right.
Yeah.
It is Wade Taylor. By
Wade
the way.
Taylor. Yeah, he got the shot off in time, but you can't alley-oop it. Okay. Yeah. Well, anyway, double overtime.
Yeah, because even if it was about to go in and another guy touched it,
then
it had already gone off, then it still would be a violation.
Well, it's interference.
Yeah.
No bucket.
Well, it's not interference unless it's over the cylinder, but still.
Well, but I mean, there's no way.
No, there's no way that.
There's
could
just
count.
no way that could count.
No.
Are you ready for your sports audio?
Let's give me the.
You stuck.
Let's go.
You were stuck there.
I'm ready. I know. Was I ready? I don't know. Maybe quite.
I don't
frankly,
think you were.
I wasn't ready for this audio.
I don't think you were.
No.
I don't see the audio here. Now, Buckley,
I have it.
Okay.
No one saw this coming. By the way, this was like a what?
No. Yeah. Out of the blue.
Yeah. They pulled a sneak attack on us.
Yeah. Oh boy.
I didn't learn about this until Twitter.
Yeah.
Twitter informed me of this in the second half.
Yeah. You would have probably had to have been at the game.
Well, and you would have been a Knicks fan because it felt like there were more Knicks fans there, but still.
Oh, by the way, somebody is Jordan, one of our P1s, is an actual Knicks fan from New York, and he says he's been going to these games for a decade, and he says he has never seen the crowd look like that at Moda.
No, it was crazy.
So what happened over the course of a season? Just their playoff run last year made them popular for everybody?
Yeah,
That's it?
probably. Everybody's a bandwagoner, you know?
I was a bit surprised. If you would have told me the top 4 or 5 teams that could take over Moda, the Knicks would not have been on the list. Again, I would have gone Golden State, right? Easy.
Yeah.
Would have gone the Lakers.
Yeah.
That's fine. I think Boston would be one that you would throw out there. I'm trying to think of who else that you would say could take over Moda Center.
Knicks might be 4th.
Yeah, Knicks. I didn't even think the Knicks were that popular.
Well, who else would it be though?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of maybe. Yeah, there's probably not a lot of other big national brands, right?
And there's your answer.
Yeah. All right, well, go Knicks.
So it was what's her nuts? Natalie whatever?
I believe Natalie Gilbert, but it's not Gilbert
It's
anymore.
now Natalie Zito, I believe.
Yeah. She's all grown up. And she was the one who Mo Cheeks had to help through the national anthem many years ago. 22 years ago.
22 years ago, which, by the way, makes me feel very, very old.
They brought her back last night. She did sing the anthem, and they did it for the Knicks game because Maurice Cheeks is an assistant coach for the Knicks.
Yeah, they had a lovely little thing where they got to meet before the game, and then during the anthem, they showed Mo on the bench, and he had a little wry smile on his face, and that's really cool.
Side note, Mo Cheeks hasn't changed a bit.
No.
He doesn't look any different.
No. He's ageless. Can I also point out, if we're going to congratulate Mo Cheeks on still looking very dapper, can we all get together and have an intervention with Tom Thibodeau?
About what?
His hair. Oh. What are we doing? I'm going to make a bold statement right now.
It's pretty bad.
That is the worst hair in sports. There is not the worst hair in sports.
Wow, that is a bold
Very
claim.
Find me someone
Very bold.
that is
Brock
even
Bowers,
in
Tiger
consideration.
Woods.
Brock Bowers, Tiger Woods.
No.
Yes.
No.
Oh, absolutely.
Strong no.
Nate Biddle.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes, bitch.
You Google right now that weird.
I saw it.
No.
What is that in front?
Strong no.
It is rough.
And he's combing that thing down, buddy. Someone take some clippers to that thing.
We'll take your nominations now on the fan text
Yeah,
line.
I'll challenge.
Worst hair in sports.
I'll challenge anyone. And by the way, he's all up into it. He's all sweaty and yelling. So that thing starts to go all Bill Murray Kingpin and starts to just kind of go. They kept showing him on the sidelines, and I had to turn away. and be like, what are we doing?
Yeah, because of like his stature and how like worked up he gets, it makes it that much worse.
Oh my God, is it terrible?
So here's what it sounded like last night, with a little bit of history included here.
2003, Mo Cheeks was the head coach of the Blazers. And there was a national anthem that people here will never forget. In fact, the entire basketball world would never forget. And this is when a 13-year-old girl struggled with the national anthem and got some help.
And it showed Mo Cheeks over there smiling.
Yeah.
All wry.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Cool moment. I don't know, like, whose idea that was to go and, like, where do you track her down? And she can still sing. By the way,
Does she live here?
I would assume so. I mean, she sang the...
What'd you say her new last name is?
Natalie Zito?
Zito?
Like, spelled like Barry Zito?
Yeah. Which, by the way, I did not realize, like, again, memory thing, 20 plus years ago, I didn't realize that was in the playoffs. It's a bold move to roll out a 14-year-old to sing, you know, to sing a playoff.
Hey, can you go get her post-game interview? Or maybe it's pregame.
Sure. I don't know where that is, but I can look for it.
I have it right here. It's on YouTube. It was her and Brooke.
Okay, yeah.
It's just a
I'll
few
grab
minutes.
it, yeah.
I want to hear what she has to say about that.
It
Because
was
that could have been a very traumatic moment for her.
Oh, yeah, dude. You're 14 years old and you get up there and you end up kind of pooing the bed, but then Mo Cheeks comes out. And then I would like to think that she took that as a positive because it became such an iconic moment. I don't know. Maybe that did haunt her for all these years and this gave her closure. It was a cool moment.
What if she talks mad ass on Cheeks and the whole thing's like stealing my moment? It's about time. What if she does the interview and she's like, I got revenge on that a-hole. Tried to steal my moment.
Mo Cheeks comes over to say something to her and she gives him an elbow.
She kicks him in the nuts.
Get out of here, Mo.
All right, more audio from the NBA last night. We have Shaq.
Yeah, this is a really bad look.
Shaq was on the set of Inside the NBA, and they're playing Detroit highlights.
Yeah.
Detroit's a decent team. Beat the Blazers not too long ago.
Detroit's actually one of the better stories. Like, Detroit has been worthless for years.
Yeah.
And despite one of their best players getting injured, Detroit's had a nice season. I mean, they're not in the play-in. Detroit's squarely, I think, they're the 6th seed.
So you might need to listen closely to what Shaq has to say here about the Pistons.
I will be interested. You said something very interesting about Cade Cunningham. Great player now at this stage. He plays at his own pace. Anybody that can consistently play at their own pace and put up numbers is a great player. I like the way he's playing. I like what Chauncey's doing. Those guys play hard. My favorite player on that team is Isaiah Stewart. Big body, hard guy. Like to knock people out, push people around.
No, I can't let this go. Like who's doing it? You said Chauncey?
Chauncey's the coach, right?
Okay.
Portland. No. Chauncey, he coaches.
I was like, I can't let this go.
JB Bickerstaff. Yeah, Bickerstaff. That's what I mean. Hey, you know, first of all, I don't watch Detroit. How about that, boo-boo? I don't watch him. So,
let that go.
I messed up.
I
made a mistake.
What a trailblazer.
What you freaking do? I made a mistake.
No, but I mean this sincerely. I think you would enjoy watching the Detroit Pistons.
I don't really get
They
to watch
play
them.
hard. Cade is phenomenal. Jalen Duren's your kind of big.
Love Cade. I love Isaiah Stewart.
Yeah, so if you didn't catch it there, he said, I love what Chauncey's doing. Thinking that Chauncey Billups is the coach of the Pistons.
Everyone has made if you cover sports.
Oh, yeah.
But when your whole thing is the NBA, like that's all you do, and it is one of the better stories in the East, and it's not like Chauncey Billups was there a year ago. Like,
well, he played there.
Like, come
yeah,
on.
he should. Know
That's
that. He should. Well, he should obviously know that.
That's bad. That's like when Stephen A. was.
My bad.
You said something very
Misfire.
interesting.
When Stephen A. was talking about like it was like the Chargers, and he was like, "This Hunter Henry, I love watching him play." Someone's like,
he was hurt.
He's been out all year. He tore his ACL. And he's like, oh,
which is worse.
Yeah, man.
I'm gonna go with Stephen A. on that one.
I'm gonna say Shaq because Stephen A. clearly doesn't know anything about anything other than the NBA. He just is spread so thin. Like they used to have him do boxing and UFC. Oh my God. is like if you wanted me to break down like gymnastics. But they're just spreading him so thin. But dude, that's all Shaq does. Like that is the NBA show. That's not a good look.
You should know that.
It's not a good look. It's not a good look.
Well,
like it would be better if he said Monty Williams, right? If he said Monty Williams,
old coach of the Pistons.
Yeah, like I could see that. You're like, oh yeah, they fired him despite giving him all that money. But
he thinks Chauncey maybe should be the head coach of the Pistons,
but he's never been like he played there.
He just played there.
Well, like if you were saying the coach of, I don't know, the San Antonio Spurs, and you're like, hey, congratulations to Tony Parker. It's the same thing. Yeah. You're like, what? Yeah, he doesn't coach there. It's weird and awkward.
If you
and then
asked,
he doubles down on that. I don't care. I don't watch those.
Well, at least he admitted it.
Yeah.
You know, he could have made that a lot worse. Yeah. He's like, yeah, I don't watch those guys. That's the beauty of Inside the NBA is they'll just tell you like, look, I'm faking it up here. It's like when they get on there for the college basketball tournament. You think those guys watch college basketball?
Kenny does.
Because they don't.
Kenny Smith.
Yeah,
does.
Kenny does. But Kenny's an actual analyst. Shaq and Barkley are up there for their personalities.
I do like when Chuck's talk. He'll be even like talking about Auburn. He's like, oh, that one guy. He's like that number 4.
They'll watch a half.
Yeah.
And they'll say what they think, which is there's value in that.
Sure.
But at the same time, they'll draw these major conclusions from one half. They're like, oh, they haven't watched Auburn all year. They're like, they play terrible. It's like, Auburn, that's the worst team. How'd they even get in the tournament? You know, it's just.
I thought they were supposed to be good is something you hear a lot, like at halftime. You're like, well.
Yeah, I will say that I used to do some Pac-12 TV stuff, and every now and then it'd be rough because you'd have someone on there, and clearly they were being brought on for, other reasons than any sort of, analyst takes. And they would say something that was so, like, you'd be talking about a team or a game or a player, and they would say something so bad. It was like, was that Candace Parker, right? Who was on there?
Yeah.
You don't want to call anyone out, but at the same time, you can't.
If you let it slide, it's like you all believe that it's true, kind of a thing. Yeah,
and you're like, so someone would mention something about either the way a team plays, or they would bring up a quarterback that's not there anymore, and it is a very sticky situation when you're sitting there and you're like, so you kind of you try to, like, she just called him out. Because there's some people that just kind of do that. I think you meant JB Bickerstaff.
Well,
she went right at him.
That's the beauty of that show.
Yeah. No holds barred.
There would be people that wouldn't be comfortable calling that out,
yeah.
And that would be why their show is boring and lame.
Yes.
Inside the NBA is magical because of
right
that.
At it.
A mistake like that, and then calling them out and laughing at them.
He just starts laughing.
And by the way, if you had told me before the show that JB Bickerstaff was the coach of the Pistons, I'm with Shaq. I'm like, what? Really? That guy's bounced around, hasn't he? Wasn't he in Houston and he was terrible?
Yeah, he was the Rockets.
I do feel like JB Bickerstaff is well-traveled.
Yeah, he's been everywhere.
Yes.
Is his daddy still alive? Now that's a coach.
JB Bickerstaff was the head coach in Memphis and then Cleveland and now Detroit. And he was the interim Houston Rockets coach. He's well-traveled.
How about that, boo-boo?
Did you know he played at Oregon State?
JB Bickerstaff played at Oregon State?
Yep.
Get right the hell out of town.
I'm not going to.
Didn't know that.
Now you do.
It says here, University of Minnesota.
Well, he transferred.
Okay.
How about that, boo-boo?
How about that, boo-boo?
Did he call Candace Parker boo-boo?
I think he did.
I think so. I think he boo-booed her.
Do you think...
How about that, boo-boo?
Well, I don't know. I wonder if Candace gets a little upset at the boo-boo.
Swing and a foul. How about that, boo-boo?
You got to have thick skin when you're on that set.
You do.
That Lefko guy, I got to say, he seemed real douchey to me a couple years ago. He's grown on me.
He has done pretty well.
He's doing pretty good in there.
Because you're right. He initially gives off that vibe like, Ernie's off tonight. I got to watch this guy.
Yeah.
If you watch him, he's pretty good at his job.
Yeah. I hate to say it.
Well, and that is those are big shoes. That's a tough.
Where's Big Ern? Is he gone?
I think he just gets a night off.
Just take some time. Yeah. Ern's getting up there, right? He's got to be in his.
Yeah, he's getting old.
I think he basically does the late week and weekend coverage, and I think this guy it's Lefko, right? Adam Lefko. I think he usually does the Tuesday or the Wednesday coverage.
Yeah, he's 69. So
are they on ESPN next year?
Yes.
Next season?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And I don't know exactly what the schedule is going to be, or if it's going to be every night. Again, Ernie's taking some time. But one of the reasons why that they wouldn't go over is Ernie wouldn't leave. Ernie's like, at this point in my career, I'm not going anywhere. So I think they're being leased basically to, because they still work for TNT, and then I think they're like basically being sublet out to ESPN.
All right. Well, that is fun with NBA audio
What's up,
on
boo-boo?
1080 The Fan.
How about that, boo boo?
Patronizing thing you can call a woman by. That you can get away with, boo-boo.
Well, I guess we've got some worst hair in sports noms
Again.
coming up next.
There's some good ones.
Good luck finding something better than Tom Thibodeau.
I think
All
we
right.
got two.
We'll be right back on The Fan.
The best Fan.
Okay, we're going to hear Brooke Olzendam with Natalie Zito. Just want to hear what she had to say about coming back and singing the national anthem 22 years after butchering it. So bad that she was a viral sensation. And Maurice Cheeks had to step in and help her. Although he didn't really.
Yeah, I guess there's an article in The Athletic about it, and someone forwarded it on to me, and there it says that that she loves it, said it made her a better person and still views it as a very positive experience.
I was watching the replay of it this morning, and Cheeks, boy, I tell you, he kind of butchered some words. Like, he didn't have a microphone.
Yeah.
This is not last night. I'm talking about the original.
Yeah, he didn't sing last night. He just was on the bench for the Knicks.
And he didn't sing the first time either. He kind of started to, but then he just kind of helped her. He just kind of supported her.
Yeah, and he was
but
there,
then
and
he
was
encouraged
the crowd to kind of.
He was lip syncing, and boy, he. You give him a mic and tell him to sing the national anthem, I think you're getting exactly what Natalie gave you.
Well, it's a difference between them. He wasn't planning on singing it,
That's fair. Boy, I tell you what, you want to talk about pressure? Somebody hands you a mic without you planning it, sing the national anthem.
And the bombs in the air.
Bombs bursting in the air.
That we still had a flag. Enrico Palazzo.
I mean, seriously. Under pressure, 15,000 people.
Yeah,
I think I'm probably butchering the national anthem, even though I do know the words to it.
I don't think I'd butcher it, but I guarantee there is a word or two that I would get wrong. Like,
I don't know. I'd miss it.
You think you'd miss it?
I think I would choke.
There's another common thing that happens when people are nervous is they go back and they do a verse that they've already done.
Exactly.
So you restart something and then you realize, oh my God, I've already said this. And you got to decide, do I bail on it? Do I finish it out?
Yeah, I think
mean,
I would.
I am saying that I would get it, but you're right. Like,
I think I would screw up the verses.
Yeah. Like I could do, Oh, Canada's a little shorter.
Oh, Canada, the bombs are bursting in
Well, won't that
the
just be our national anthem in a few months anyways?
I can do.
That's right.
I can do. We were talking about this the other day because I asked my gal if she knew the Japanese national anthem, and she did not, and I shamed her for it. I got 3. I know ours, Canada's, and Scotland's. I got 3 national anthems that I'm fairly confident that I could get right.
Yeah, I'm done at 2.
So
do you have Canada too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll hear Natalie here in a minute, but nominees coming in. You're claiming Tom Thibodeau has the worst hair in sports.
It's not even close.
It is close. Come on. Tiger Woods, Nate Biddle, Brock Bowers.
Come on.
Rafi Nadal. That's a pretty good one.
You're talking about people
Trey
that have...
Young. Hold on. Trey Young.
Trey Young might be number 1.
Dude, his hair is
tragic.
A borscht.
Again.
Mark Davis.
Mr. Salad Bowl himself.
Okay, here's the thing, guys.
Gene Katie.
You're talking Gene Katie. That's the rug.
But that was a toupee.
That's a toupee.
Yeah.
You're talking about, like, with the Trey Youngs and you're just talking about people that are going bald or have really bad
like
thin
Thibodeau.
hair. No, Thibodeau is not going bald. Thibodeau is bald. And yet he grows this weird, sweaty, comb-over horn thing. It's... At least the rest of them have hair to comb over. Tom Thibodeau, for some ungodly reason, is like, yeah, I know I've gone completely bald, but this sweet 9-hair horn that I have, what are you doing? And this is personal to me because you know who has a horn? Me. If I grew out my hair, I would have Tom Thibodeau hair. I have one weird, everything on top is bald, no hair at all, but I have that one horn, and you better make sure that you shave that thing. Like, even in between shaves, I'll make sure that horn still isn't growing. But that guy, grows out bangs? You can't tell me that there's anyone else that you can put side by side and said, if you had to, this is the key. If you had to go picture side by side and said, you, Isaac Rupp, have to go through life with one of these people's hair. You don't get to change it. This is your hair. There is no one that you would say, no, I'd rather have Tom Thibodeau's hair. Nobody's.
Yeah, but wouldn't you just shave that?
No, you don't get to shave it. You have to go through
but
life.
I'm saying if you're picking between, say, Brock Bowers and Tom Thibodeau, you're picking neither. You're just shaving both.
Yes.
It's like there's no winners here.
But but there is a loser, and this is my point. Look at Brock Bowers or the Jordan Spieth or the Tiger Woods, And while that is bad hair to have, you would take it over Tom Thibodeau's hair any day.
Listen, I'm not prepared to die on this hill. I'm just not. I don't care enough.
It's still Trae Young for me.
That said, I don't know that it's Thibodeau. I think it's way closer than you are leading on. Mark Davis is in it. Tiger Woods is in it. Nate Biddle is in it. And partly because he has a mullet, too.
Yeah.
But, of course, that's by choice.
That's by choice.
And the late ad of Rafi Nadal's pretty good, too.
Yeah, he's trying to hold on to some scraps. And you would think a guy like that would just get the hair restoration. He's got the money.
So I guess we'll just let you have it for now.
I just couldn't look away from every time they cut to Tom Thibodeau last night. I was like, oh my God. It was shocking to me because he's always had the bad comb over, but I feel like it's really rounded into just something unto itself. There's nothing like it in sports.
A couple people have brought up Chris Kaman of Blazers fame.
Yeah, it's not good.
That's similar to Bowers.
Yeah.
Although I haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah. And his was like, he grew his out too.
And it's made worse when you try to keep it long.
Yeah, I think if you Google image Chris Kaman, that's certainly a Mount Rushmore candidate.
Yeah, it's bad.
When it was long.
Yeah. And then because
he was bald and he had long hair.
Yeah. It's rough. And tell you what, the only person that can do that is Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan somehow made $100 million off of the skullet. He's the only man that could have pulled that off, and
Bret
it worked.
Michaels? Can't Bret Michaels pull that off?
Yeah, but he covers his up no matter what. He's got that bad rug.
Yeah, the Hulkster would let his do-rag off.
He lets it go. He lets it go. Well, he did the twofold in that under any circumstances he would wear a bandana, including he would wear a tuxedo, bandana. But then when he wrestled, they would have to come off, and then it was just the shower curtain, man. Just let it go.
Mark Davis, text here. Mark Davis is a billionaire NFL owner, and he always looks like a 2-year-old who pooped his pants.
It is rough.
It's true, though. His is just a bad haircut.
It's a bad haircut.
He just needs to.
He does look like a dumb child.
Well, and that's the fascinating thing is that he has regular hair. So
yeah,
all
he just needs to style it better.
Yeah.
Or have somebody help him out.
And didn't we find out too that he drove like an hour?
Yeah.
Every 2 weeks to get that haircut?
Yeah, what was it that he would set up shop at P.F. Chang's?
Yeah.
At the bar.
Yeah.
That's where he worked from.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had a corner spot at the bar.
And he had a van or something, and then he would drive it.
I think he'd drive the van to L.A.
Yeah, to get his hair cut.
Like that.
From the Bay.
Yeah. Like someone in the Bay Area couldn't cut his hair like that.
And yet, you need to look up Hayden Hopkins because realize that haircut every night goes to bed with Hayden Hopkins.
That's his girl?
That's his girl.
Oh, yeah. Isn't she 27 or something?
She is just an absolute smoke show.
Wow.
And there's a great quote where Mark Davis claims that she doesn't care about his money. She goes, yeah, when there's a whole quote out there about Mark Davis claiming that they what is it? Their conversations or whatever, that she didn't even know that Mark Davis had money when they first met.
Yeah, they just have a really great time together, you know?
From May of last year, I'm looking at a story.
Yeah.
It says Hayden Hopkins expecting child with Joey Gallo.
No, that was a ball sack thing.
Oh, it was?
Yep, it might have even got me last year.
This is on TMZ Sports, though.
I think that ended up being proved to be wrong.
It says Joey Gallo, not Mark Davis. Gallo and that big old telephone pole in his pants.
Can you imagine, though, that going from Gallo to Mark Davis? Because clearly you're playing both sides of the fence. So, there's a bunch of these.
No, it's real.
Yeah, they're saying the real father.
Gallo is the dad.
Boy, if you're Mark Gallo, how do you feel about the fact that while you were doing that, she was also sleeping with Mark Davis?
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Yeah, right?
It's harder to be Joey than Mark. Mark, you're like, you get it.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, okay, I get that.
Yeah.
But with Joey, you're like, wait, what? That guy? I guess you get it, too, because of the money.
Sure.
She is a Cirque du Soleil performer.
Oh.
That's what she did.
Yeah. Yeah, he said his 26-year-old then girlfriend was attracted to his beautiful smile, not his billionaire status.
He does have a beautiful smile.
Whatever takes the focus off your hair.
Right? Boy, isn't that a hell
Has
of
anybody
a thing?
ever seen him smile?
Why doesn't that guy wear a hat? He smiles a lot, actually.
He does?
Well, he loves that. But that's the thing is he's the only one on this list that chooses to look like that. Like everyone else,
all of these people choose to look like that.
Well, but you're bald. Like when you're balding, trust me, there's only so much I can do with my hair. I don't have any options. Mark Davis has a full slate of options. The way to Me and the rest of these poor bastards, it's like we're all in wheelchairs. We don't have a choice, right? Our legs don't work. Mark Davis just chooses to roll around in a wheelchair.
That might make him the worst.
Because he's fat and lazy. Like, that's the thing. We're all riding around on our scooters, and Mark Davis rolls up, and then when he gets to the front of the line, he gets out of his chair and then just walks around.
A sneaky good nomination coming in, Dana Holgerson. That's a really good
Oh,
one. He's
yeah.
got a wispy old mullet
Well,
back
what about
there.
Mike Gundy?
Well,
I mean, that's kind of
that's a
majestic
beautiful-
depending on who you
That
ask.
is. That's majestic. That's a great head of hair. He just chooses to shape it that way.
I'm a man. I'm 40.
Do you think Mark Davis is a cool guy?
No.
Like if you hung out with him?
No.
I don't think
You
so.
know?
I think he's a dork.
A dork. A dork. There are a lot of photos of him smiling. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a happy
He's a
dude.
very smiley guy.
He's like happy to be here.
Mark Davis is not a cool guy.
If you could hang with any NFL owner, who would you hang with? Mark would be close to the top for me.
I know this is good. Like on a permanent basis, just a one.
No, just like a one-timer.
Jerry Jones.
You want Jerry?
If you told me I get to go out
He just
and,
talk
and
about
have
himself.
a night, no, dude, Jerry's into
Smiles
some stuff.
and glory holes.
Dude, we're knee deep in smiles and glory holes. I'll bet you Jerry, or you know, another good one would be Jim Irsay.
Oh boy, things would get sideways. You
What? Huh?
You want a sideways kind of time? Jim Irsay is your man.
Doing some fentanyl with Jim Irsay.
Yeah, I'm just saying you're gonna do some blow.
Who was it? Was it? It was like Josh McDaniels' wife that said they had dinner with Irsay when he was going to be the coach of the Colts, and like Irsay kept going to the bathroom in the middle of dinner,
Yeah.
and he'd be there for like 20 minutes at a time.
Look,
No way.
I think we can all know when like we're out and about and you get that one friend and they've had about 12 to 15 drinks and they're about ready to go down, and then they come back from the bathroom and magically they're like, yeah, boys. You're like, hey, what happened? Oh, second win, feel great. I think that's Jim Irsay at any given moment, including apparently, according to this person, multiple times over the course of dinner. So it just depends on what kind of evening you want out. But if I'm going out with a billionaire, I don't want to sit and have a chat. I want to see some billionaire parties. You know me, I've always said I wanted to go on Paul Allen's yacht because I want like bird masks. I want some weird stuff.
What about Shad Khan? What would happen with Shad?
You think he parties?
Sneaky.
I don't know. I mean,
Sneaky.
he's got the multi-sport, continental thing.
Yeah. That's all I'm saying. I would just be really bored if we were with a billionaire and like we took a chopper to like a penthouse, like steakhouse dinner. No.
What if Mark Davis took you to PF
'Cause I
Chang's?
think Shad is a yacht guy, too.
Exactly, right? PF Chang's. I want like a hangover. So I want to go somewhere where there's a tiger running around.
Well, I'm guessing the owner that we want to hang with, we don't even know who it is.
Probably.
It's one of the guys that's low key.
Yeah.
Or maybe one of the
Bob
gals.
Kraft, he hangs out with like Meek Mill and stuff like that.
Yeah, Bob Kraft.
Like one of the Walmart bros.
Yeah, is that Denver?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Waltons. Like you think they
They're
just
kinda
have an
boring, aren't they? They
But
don't
you said
party.
like would it be someone that you wouldn't expect?
Maybe what about that Ravens owner? He looks like he parties.
It's Jody Allen,
Scotty?
isn't it?
It's Jodes. Yeah, you can party with Jodes.
Look, I'm not gonna lie.
You're a girl.
I'm not gonna lie. I certainly wouldn't turn it down. If you told me they're like, hey,
Well, yeah, because we know that
know
there's
Jody's
some
into some
stuff
stuff.
that goes down with her.
and I'm not saying I want to participate in like Navy SEAL like bikini Speedo parties, but that's the sort of thing I'm talking about. I need a billionaire that's going to use their money and leverage to do some weird things. And Jody Allen was smuggling like penguin bones into the country and then making Navy SEALs parade around in thongs. That's the sort of just weird sort of degenerate behavior. If I'm hanging out with a billionaire and at least 3 times over the course of the night, I don't utter this phrase exactly, what in the hell? Then we're not having a good night. What's the point of having $1 billion?
You're willing to be sexually harassed to have a good time.
Yes. Look, if Jody Allen is going to touch me inappropriately, but that's my cost to get into whatever we're doing that night, then Jody, sign me up. Let's do this. Call me, baby.
Somebody said Robert Sarver is a dark horse. He's not an NFL owner, is he? He's the Suns guy, I thought.
NBA owner.
Yeah, he's
well,
an
no,
NBA
and even
owner.
that.
And he's a jackass.
Because Ishbia is their owner now, right?
Oh, yeah, he sold. They drove him out of there.
And by the way, I don't think I could handle Ishbia. I think he'd be
No.
No, that's no fun.
He'd be giving you some,
Yeah.
either a pep talk or a sales pitch, one of the two.
Yeah, we'd end up at some he would try to motivate me with some sort of sales conference thing. I got no time for that crap.
Should we go bowling and have Shirley Temples?
Exactly. No. Give me someone. Like, if you're going to go someone low key, but he's such a cheap bastard, but maybe he's only cheap, but then like in his personal, like the Bengals owner, like the Brown, is it Mike Brown or Michael Brown? Like, what if like one of those guys who's just like an old miser, but you get him behind closed doors and it's like that scene from Severance. Like, I want the waffle party from Severance. You know what I mean? I want some of those weird Kier heads. Like, you know what I'm talking about? Like, they're like, oh, like here's a weird bedroom. And all of a sudden there's naked dancers and they're wearing paper mache heads. I need some stuff like that. Some weird billionaire stuff. Let's go.
Gail Benson.
Oh, yeah.
Saints.
Yeah. Down in New Orleans,
We gotta go.
And she's a widow, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That might be the winner right there.
You can invite her to your waffle party.
Yes.
All right. A little bit of audio. You'll hear what Natalie had to say last night. And Texas got a big basketball win, but was it fixed by the football team? Hello?
Oh, I thought you were teasing.
Yeah, is that a tease?
Did you guys know that?
Next on the Fan.
Yeah. Next.
Fan shows on the Odyssey app. The only way to rewind Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
What's the most resilient parasite?
Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Can build cities, can transform the world, and rewrite all the rules.
That's what I'll be doing every single night.
Which is why...
No!
I have to steal it.
What are you talking about, Willis?
This is Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
It's gonna work. It's passable, okay? This isn't terrible.
The best in local, regional, and national sports. With no hidden agenda. Primetime with Isaac and Sue on 1080 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. We have taken a blowtorch to the clock.
Well, we got caught up in
Yeah,
Squid
we
Game
sure
parties.
did. Well, we were talking about what NFL owner you'd most want to party with. And so I had to, during the break, I just had to go through the list just to see if I'm missing anybody that seemed pretty cool.
By the way, the Gail Benson thing is really starting to grow on me.
Yeah, there's also Amy Strunk is the...
She's the Lions?
She's the daughter of Bud
Texans,
Adams.
I think,
Titans.
Titans.
Oh,
Titans?
She's the daughter
that's
of
right.
Bud Adams. Got some Jody Allen vibes.
I think she's fighting cancer.
Oh,
I think they had a whole Strong campaign this year.
We found out during the break, we can't talk about it, but Buck has no stomach for where billionaires may want to go. Buck's going to be a coward and tap out.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of guys who are bores, like Glazer, Jed York, Art Rooney.
Jed York,
I don't
get
wanna-
him away.
Lame.
Who wants to party with those guys?
Exactly.
But we missed a couple. I think that these guys could be sneaky. Don't know much about them, but they could be sneaky. Washington's Josh Harris, the new guy.
Yeah, new guy.
And then Philly's Jeffrey Lurie.
Yeah.
Lurie's a good call.
You could get me
I
involved.
bet he parties.
Yeah.
Especially after 2 Super Bowls.
Nice Philly man. Let's do this.
I don't know if he's from Philly, but...
Like I said, I learned something about Buck today, and quite frankly, I'm a little disappointed. At what point in the evening, Buck's turning around and going home? You got to be willing to hit the gas, Buck. When you were at the billionaire, that's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Yeah, I have to pack it in at the point where we're hunting humans for sport.
Look, you're in international waters. At that point, anything goes. At that point, you just have to be willing to go with it.
Yeah, that's the point where I think I'm gonna go home.
There's also Ziggy Wolf, and I don't know anything about him, but he's got a cool name.
His name is Ziggy.
And he has a mustache.
Someone said the Miami Heat owner lives on 2 yachts anchored together. That's kind of cool.
Is that
Who's
Mickey
that?
Arison?
Mickey Arison?
Yeah, I think so.
He used to be the Carnival Cruise guy, so he's got 2 super yachts that he just docks side by side, and that's where he lives. I also like that idea, too, because that's like the Paul Allen theory. Like, Paul, I didn't know what Paul was up to, but Paul had the octopus, and then he had a smaller yacht, super yacht, that followed it. So rumor has it was that when you were on Paul Allen's yacht, then at the end of the evening, he would helicopter you back to the other yacht because you couldn't stay on the main one, which leads me to ask the question, what's going down on the main yacht that he can't have people witnessing? Because that's the sort of stuff where I'm like, come on, Paul, I'm cool about that. What are we doing? I want to see what goes on the main yacht.
God, he was so private.
I know.
So private.
Someone's saying you want like a Squid Game experience? Look, I'm just saying I'm not against this Squid Game experience. I just want to see what that...
Which NFL owner is most likely running a Squid Game?
I think it might have been Paul Allen. He was very quiet behind the scenes. But again, the privacy thing, again, it's that guy that isn't public. Like, I know Jim Irsay is going to get into some stuff.
But he's got loose lips.
He's got loose lips. It's that person that you never see coming. Just behind the scenes.
By the way, Jeffrey Lurie, a Boston guy, so he probably parties.
I'm telling you, I think it's those Walmart bros.
No, they don't party, I don't think.
They're Walmart. They've got more money than they know what to do with. And that's the sort of thing where you're like, oh my God, it's Walmart guys. And they're like, really? It's like that Chappelle sketch where he parties with Wayne Brady. It's like, Wayne Brady going to have to kick a bitch? It's that. You never see the Walmart guys coming. But that Walmart money, they can buy their way out of anything.
All right, we'll hear from Natalie, and we've got a Texas betting scandal next on The Fan. Hey, what's up? It's Rob sticking around for the Niche. We've got some windows to tell you about because you need windows. And don't pretend like you don't, because you do. You need windows. Are your windows drafty? Do they not open properly? Do they not close properly? Do they look like crap? Well, that means you need new windows. And look, heating costs are getting out of control right now. So new windows can help you save money on your heating bill, and it'll make your house look better, keep the heat in the summer, keep the cold air in, and you can replace those cold, drafty windows right now for quite a deal at Window Nation, where you get 2 windows absolutely free with every 2 you buy. Plus, you can get 0 interest and 0 payments for 2 full years. So you'll pay nothing on your windows until 2027. Right now at Window Nation. These guys are the experts in window installation, and they all come with a lifetime warranty. So call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com, and there you can schedule your free in-home estimate. 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com. 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay nothing until 2027. Tell them you heard it from Rob.
The home of
Meet Mo Cheeks.
Naked Gun, of course.
Enrico Palazzo.
The great Leslie Nielsen. The late Leslie Nielsen.
Just that we still had a flag. To this day, I have a bad habit that when the anthem, if I'm at an event and the anthem comes on, and we get to that part, I do tend to sing that we still had a flag.
So Natalie Gilbert was at the Blazers game last night singing the national anthem 22 years after butchering it with Maurice Cheeks. And, of course, they did that because Maurice Cheeks is an assistant with the Knicks, so he was there last night. They met before the game, and he was there to watch her belt it out, and she did great.
Yeah. Great
She was
voice.
awesome. Yeah, she could still sing that, Natalie. Her name is now Natalie Zito.
I would hope that, singing at whatever in your 30s, you're probably better than at 14. That's a lot of pressure on a 14-year-old.
What if she came out there and butchered it again?
Wow.
It's probably the last time then.
Yeah.
Do you invite her back for a third?
No, I think that probably is.
Hey, Suk, you said you saw the Unipiper get brought back, right?
Yeah. I was at both of those. We were at the Timbers game, me and my buddy,
Piper or
when the Unipiper. You want to talk about butchering an anthem? No. The Unipiper butchered that thing, and they did bring him back.
And he did it? And did it better?
He did it better.
It wasn't great, but it was markedly better.
Yeah. Look, dude, you're on a unicycle playing the national anthem on the bagpipes.
There's already a lot going on.
Yeah, I'm not certain that you're ever going to, hit, three tenors, but it was better. It was better.
All right, so here's Natalie Zito with Brooke Olzendam.
I know it was a long time ago, but what do you remember most about that moment?
I just remember I was really sick and I didn't feel like myself. And when I felt like I was very helpless and hopeless, Coach walked right over, no hesitation, and helped me finish the song.
And you were such a good sport about it. You just smiled from ear to ear. How of a meaningful of a moment was that for you, especially at such a young age?
It was extremely meaningful. I mean, at that age, 13, I was made fun of a lot, but that moment has given me so much courage to keep going throughout my entire life in any kind of, situation where I've struggled. And yeah, I can face all my fears and I never give up.
I love that so much. And that wasn't the last time you two hung out. You and Mo kind of took the show to the road. Where did you guys go?
So I think that we were both on CNN together, and then we went on the Tonight Show together, which was a lot of fun. Mo wasn't a part of this, but I did do a web redemption on Tosh.0, and that was awesome. So
Tosh.0, I didn't see that one coming. That's incredible. So tonight you did a beautiful job of singing the national anthem. They showed Mo up on the Jumbotron smiling like a proud father. How nice was it to have that moment tonight?
Oh, it was amazing. I love to sing. I still sing. I sang professionally all throughout my 20s, but now I'm helping my father run his company, and it was just so great to get up and sing for the first time in a crowd like a crowd this large. It's been probably 15 years, so it was awesome.
And earlier you got a chance to catch up with Mo Cheeks. Can we see this picture that we gave to you? Look at this side by side, incredible. What was that like? What did you guys talk about?
How are you? How you doing? All the things. I mean, it was surreal. This moment changed my life, and I wouldn't have had it any other way. I would not go back in time and change it at all. And seeing him and seeing that he's still the stand-up guy today that he was back then, it's amazing.
So I'm sure people are wondering, what are you up to now?
Running my father's company with him. I'm his vice president of
Come on,
environmental
Brooke.
conscious recycling here in Portland.
Who are you, Buckley?
And still a diehard Blazers fan.
Still, absolutely. We have season tickets, so we're here all the time.
This was just a real moment for me. Thank you so much. Again, you did a wonderful job tonight. Thanks for being with us.
Oh, thank you so much. Pleasure meeting you.
Thank you, Brooke. Nice job. Natalie Gilbert, now Natalie Zito, and part of Blazer history.
Yeah, like the
I
best
have thoughts.
Well, let me say this: the best thing that ever happened to her was her butchering the anthem.
Yeah, it's a good message.
Well, I'm saying if she's 14, right, and she goes out there and sings the anthem in Portland at a random playoff game, whatever.
Yeah.
But she got to go on The Tonight Show. She got to go on Tosh.0.
Well,
and
and
she got to go on CNN.
Well, and she said, things like that do help build a little character,
A little chutzpah in you?
Yeah. And she said she wouldn't change a thing. That's actually a good message for when bad things like that happen to you and it feels like the end of the world.
Yeah.
Come on. You'll be fine. But I got to tell you, I wasn't happy about the excuse right out of the bat. She's still claiming she was sick.
Yeah. What does that have to do with anything?
I know. It's like, why do you got to put that in there? It's 22 years later. It's like,
I was
it's almost
nervous.
like she still doesn't accept that, well, there was a reason why that went so bad. No, you screwed it up. It wasn't because you were sick.
Yeah, taking blame is taking blame. I want Rob doing that interview. Rob calls her. I was
standing
like,
up to
whoa,
Natalie
whoa,
Zito.
Natalie.
That's right, Nats.
Stop it.
I mean, get out of here with that. Other than that,
Yeah.
nice message.
Olzendam.
Although she did seem a little perturbed that Brooke did not listen to her the first time she said she was running her father's company.
Brooke pulled the Buckley.
Were you listening to the dude's
Were
story?
you listening to the dude's story? No.
She was like I said, I'm running my father's company.
Recycling, whatever, something.
I don't know.
Ron, are you paying attention?
Nope.
Well, to be fair, Brooke's got probably someone in her ear telling her to wrap it up. There's a lot going on there.
Yeah,
a basketball game, all of that.
I think those are hard. Those sideline. You guys, I feel like people don't respect the sideline report.
Yeah.
Nearly as much as they should.
No.
They're not that easy.
No.
I mean,
usually
they're not.
Usually the person on the other side of the microphone sucks at it, and so you're expected to carry it. Figure it out.
Oh, you mean the interviewee?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't know how the flow of the TV.
Look, I'll just say it's not easy to actually get a good one of those to go down. It's tough. I'm glad I don't have that job. Plus,
I think that'd be great.
Well, I'll just say this.
Big Sook sideline reporter for the Blazers.
There is no one that looks like me doing sidelines anywhere in professional
No, you got to
sports.
be hot. Let's get you some fake up tops.
There you go.
And throw you down there for a season. That would be fun.
Was the closest maybe like a Rutledge Wood? You know that guy, the bearded dude. He does some golf coverage and some NASCAR.
Oh,
on
I have
NBC.
seen him.
I can see me maybe.
That's probably the most rugged
maybe doing
dude that you have.
Maybe doing some NASCAR. It always weirds me out because Brooke, who is a listener to this fine program, Brooke is best friends with the BTJ's boss. So they're buddies. And so I get to encounter Brooke a handful of times a year. It's the weirdest thing. So I watch a lot of Red Wings hockey, and their on-ice reporter looks exactly like Brooke Olzendam, and it throws me for a loop every time. It's like her weird bastard bizarro world hockey cousin is out there doing it. And I'm like, do they all just look like this? Well, you just, you get a pretty face and red hair. Hey, get down there. And every time I see it, and like I showed it to her best friend. She was like, oh my God. I'm like, I know. It's a little weird. So if you're ever watching Red Wings coverage for some reason, Brooke Olzendam is not doing sidelines for both the Blazers and the Wings.
All right, we'll get to our Texas story in our next hour, but we got to move on to In the News. Let's talk tortoise gendering next. Here's Buck.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on the Fan on the college hardwood today. The Oregon men win against Indiana 72-59 in the Ducks' first game of the Big Ten tournament. Jackson Shellstad led the way with 18 points. TJ Bomba had 17. With the win, Oregon advances to play the Michigan State Spartans tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. We'll have the coverage starting right here on the Fan at 8:30. Over in the ACC, Duke Player of the Year candidate Cooper Flagg went down with an ugly ankle injury in the Blue Devils win. Head coach John Shire said that x-rays were negative, but it's unlikely Flagg plays for the rest of the ACC tournament. Round one of the Players' Championship out at TPC Sawgrass sees a three-way tie for first. After round one, Lucas Glover, J.J. Spawn, and Camilo Villegas all at 6 under par, carding at 66. Meanwhile, Rory McIlroy, Akshay Bhatia tied with a few others in fourth place, just one shot back at 5 under par. Ricky Fowler is 4 under, 2 shots off the lead. Scotty Scheffler, 3 shots back, and Colin Morikawa, 4 shots off the lead. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley from 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. And the George McCoy from Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Tired of getting dinged by subscriptions? We won't send you a bill. Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
Well, let's talk injury attorneys, okay?
Let's do it.
Yeah,
A lot of
because
choices out there.
yeah, you know what? There are a lot of choices. Just read a billboard or listen to a radio ad. You know?
Yeah.
You don't know who to choose.
Well, we're going to tell you.
That's right. You like us. Well, maybe you don't, but you listen to our show and you're listening right now.
You like that?
So you should trust us.
Yes. Trust us.
Unlike the other people that
Yeah.
advertise lawyers.
Bottom line is this. If you've been maimed, what are you going to do? You've got other things on your mind, right? We're taking the thinking out of it for you. Call the advocates. They're good people. Although don't play, if you happen to be out drinking with the advocates and one of them randomly says, do you play poker? Realize that that's a setup and you're about to get taken for some money. Don't decide to randomly play poker at a bar with Donnie. It's not going to end well.
Yeah, like if you hear Lars being like, "Oh, the advocates," bleh, you're like, "Oh my god, dude, Lars, he endorses everything." Isaac and Suk though,
we got you.
Genuine.
We got your back.
Real.
Yeah. You know who else has your back? The advocates.
They don't get paid until you win. Consultations are free. No risk in calling them. Guys, gals, thems, theys. If you've been injured, you need more than a lawyer. You deserve an advocate. That's who to call. The advocates. Go to advocateslaw.com.
How about that, boo-boo?
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league, live on ESPN and
Fan.
All right, nice to have you along. It's time to move on to some more pressing matters, like what animal you identify as. It is March 13, 2025. It is time for In the News. I am your noted newsman. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hugs to all of you. Please be seated. It's been kind of a wild weather day. I was just out there looking out the window as I got the water from our new awesome water cooler here.
Mm-hmm.
And it was hailing.
Yeah, I got hailed on coming out of the gym today.
I got hailed on my way here.
It was like snow hail. I
was like, what in the hell?
And now I'm looking out there and it's all sunny out there.
Sunny.
Crazy.
Make up your mind.
Yeah. It's brought to you by the Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com. Today is Popcorn Lovers Day.
Oh, I do love popcorn. I would say I don't have it very often because it's a very specific thing, but movie theater popcorn might be a top 5 favorite snack for me of all time. Like, I will go to the movies just to get movie theater popcorn.
Why does it taste so good at the movies?
I don't know. And
did you get a bunch of butter on it?
No, I don't. I'm not an over butter guy, but like sporting events, I'm very judgmental about the popcorn. Some do it right, some have piss poor popcorn, but I don't know why we can't get movie theater popcorn in our stadiums, because it's a superior popcorn. It's the best popcorn in the business, and it's only available at movie theaters.
It's a warmer, fresher popcorn.
Yes.
Who makes it?
I don't know.
I feel like sometimes the ones at the sports games are just like there for the entire homestand.
That's
and
BS.
You're like, was this 4 games ago's popcorn?
Yeah. It's Bush League. It's amateur hour. But when you find a good one, spring training, when we went down to it, I'll say this. The Kansas City Royals and the Arizona Diamondbacks, they did popcorn right. I don't know whose stadium that was. I don't remember who was the home team. But that popcorn, that was a delightful popcorn. Sat next to a guy from North Dakota that shared it with me. And he was like, man, this is good popcorn. I'm like, I know. We were both like, we were kind of stunned.
We used to put, was it M&M's? Some other chocolate goodies. We would drop it into our popcorn.
Yeah, sometimes you'll see that people will sprinkle in some like M&M's or some gummy bears or something.
And let me tell you something. We would load that ass up with butter.
Yeah.
Because the butter made it, that's when it's like, oh, baby.
Yeah. Well, it's already like the unhealthiest thing you can eat, so I try to maybe you give like 1 or 2 pumps, but you see those people over there and they're just like, it's like inflating an old tire.
It's like, and make sure you hit it halfway down and then again at the top.
That's right. People are very specific about their butter.
Well, a lot
tendencies.
of places now, like the AMC theaters, you have self-butter distribution.
Oh.
They no longer put the butter on for you.
Yeah, they're probably tired of people being like, oh, no, could you put a little more? Oh, wait, could you? Yeah. I'm messing with your stupid popcorn. Just do the butter yourself.
Yeah, it's so good, though. Now I want movie theater popcorn. Damn it.
It is also National Ginger Ale Day. I don't know if you like ginger ale.
Ginger ale is good in 2 instances, and only 2 instances. 1, when I'm mixing it with my Irish whiskey, and 2, airplanes.
Why is ginger ale so much more popular on airplanes than everywhere else?
Great question.
Couldn't tell you.
I have a theory.
I'd like to hear it.
Well, my theory is that once someone orders something, it's a chain react. A lot of times people just see it.
It creates a buzz.
And they just see it and they order it because they don't know what else to order. Because they know that there's nothing super cool to order.
Yeah.
So they're like, oh, ginger ale, that looks good. I'll just have that.
Yeah.
I think that's why it happens.
I never get a ginger ale anywhere else, but when you're on an airplane,
it's like everyone thinks to do it there, but you wouldn't even consider asking anywhere else.
Yeah. But I'm telling you, if you're at a bar and you're not, especially if it's like a dive bar and you know they're not going to make you like a really nice cocktail, just get a Tully's and ginger ale. You're going to be happy. It's delightful.
But what you should order, if you're on Alaska Airlines, is you should order straight away. They
cocktails.
have the old fashioned on there. They have the margarita on there. Get a cocktail.
Yeah,
like it's a good cocktail.
It is a good cocktail.
It's great.
But when you walk into a certain bar, there's like, depending on what bar you're in, you know what kind of cocktail you can order.
Well, sure.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, what are we, amateurs here?
Exactly. Like when you walk into a certain bar and you see someone ordering a drink that does not belong at that bar, we all just you look at him like, really? You're doing that?
Well, if you need to have a craft cocktail menu.
Yeah.
If you don't, I'm not getting anything close to a craft cocktail.
No.
I might get a beer or just the,
That's why I like
whiskey.
That's why I like the Tully's and ginger ale. You can't really screw it up.
Could be a spooky sight over Southwest Washington tonight.
We got some Scooby-Doo fog rolling in.
The first total lunar eclipse since 2022 is coming tonight.
Oh, Scooby-Doo ghost penis mystery? Yeah.
That's exactly what it is.
That's what's going to happen.
Although I'm guessing we won't see it as, clouds.
Clouds, but we might, maybe. I don't know.
So
what time is this supposed to go down?
A lunar eclipse means the moon is passing through Earth's shadow and going temporarily dark. A total lunar eclipse means the darkness will swallow the entire moon, which will not, with not even one bright edge or silver. Oh my God.
You all right?
No.
Doing great.
With not even one bright edge or sliver escaping. It turns out here in the Pacific Northwest, we will have one of the best places in the whole United States to see this tonight.
Even though we won't be able to see it because of clouds?
On the other side of the world, Central Asia and India, they won't be able to see it at all.
Stupid Indians.
Whoa. All you have to do is go outside and look up towards the south. You can take a peek beginning at 9 p.m.
When is it?
That's like halfway up the sky, the moon.
All right. I'm not going to remember to do this, and even if I do, chances are I'm still not going to be able to see it.
And then look again at 10:09 p.m.
Okay.
Okay.
So 9 and 10:09.
And that's when, the moon starts entering the super dark zone of totality, called the Umbra.
Ah, all right. Go Umbra. I'll try to remember, even though I know I won't.
And then over the next hour, a line of darkness will sweep all the way across the lunar surface. At 11:26 p.m., the entire moon will be inside the Umbra.
So if I'm only going to look at it once, I want it at 11:26.
Yeah, that seems to be that seems to be the total eclipse.
Okay.
Part. 11:26 p.m.
11:26.
Towards the south.
No, which direction is that?
The opposite of north.
You ever do that where someone's like, "Oh, you go north," and you're like, "Dude, you're gonna need just yeah, don't give me that. Just point in the direction. All right, don't ask me to do directional stuff."
Let's talk tortoise gendering.
Let's do it.
Oregon has gone viral nationally yet again.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
It's not good.
No, it's not great.
No.
But it is what it is. We'll find out what that's about next on The Fan.
This is The Fan's Window into Sports, a view into today's top stories. Brought to you by Window Nation, online at windownation.com.
Bridges to inbound. Nick's break. Hart gets it right back to Bridges. Bridges puts up a three. Bang! Bang! Mikal Bridges wins it at the buzzer. What a finish!
Yeah. Blazers lost.
That game was bananas. Second most lead changes in NBA history since they started keeping track of it. And by the way, that's a big boy shot, like over Klingon. That thing was that's you make that one, you just tip your hat to Mr. Bridges.
And as Suk called it earlier in the day, a clutch loss.
It was a clutch loss. At this point, just start losing games.
Window into Sports brought to you by Window Nation. Right now, get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy and get 0 inches, 0 payments for 2 years. Go to windownation.com or call 866-90Nation.
Check out the Fan Merch Locker.
There's a lot of people. It's like Woodstock, except everybody's got their clothes on.
We have a new The Fan.
All right, this is In the News, March 13, 2025.
Well, my.
I'm your noted newsman, news contributor Jason Skukanik, right over there. Well, this, you
seem flustered.
Well, Oregon, this is really a Portland thing, but every once in a while Oregon gets roped into it. Like, I feel like a lot of people that don't know much about the Pacific Northwest think Oregon is just all a bunch of snowflakes,
Well, I mean, we are known for Portlandia.
Well, but I'm saying Portland is different than Oregon.
Oh, 100%.
So I think Oregon gets lumped in with Portland, and that's not necessarily fair.
Portland is very unique.
Very different.
If you go to, especially if you get out to the country part of the state, I mean, my God.
You only have to go 20, 30 minutes outside of Portland before, dude, it's Kansas.
Exactly. Head down to Corvallis sometime.
Oregon has been the butt of a joke again, where a state panel member advising the director of Oregon's health authority has made a wild first impression at a meeting by proclaiming her pronouns are they, them, and turtle. And I say her pronoun. I don't even know if that's right.
Yeah.
Their pronouns.
Their pronouns are they, them, and turtle. J.D. Holt, who also goes by J.D. Terrapin on Facebook, made the declaration with a straight face while introducing themselves at a virtual council meeting on December 20th.
I see J.D. Terrapin right here.
Hello, everybody. It's J.D. I use they, them, and turtle for my pronouns. I'm in the Springfield, Eugene area, and I get to be a part of the council. Other members in the meeting were seen blinking and hiding any reaction to the bizarre animal world identity.
Look, let me.
She does have green hair.
Yeah. She's
just like a turtle.
She kind of looks like a turtle. I mean, is that mean?
No, but I had a question for Ms. Turtle here.
Not Ms.
They Turtle.
They Turtle.
J.D. Terrapin.
This particular turtle. J.D. Terrapin.
J.D. Terrapin.
Oh my God.
Fear the turtle. I understand that life is hard, and if you need aftermarket parts to get around in your vehicle, whatever you got.
turtles.
I'm not here to bully anyone. Whatever you got going on, right? Like, life's hard enough, but aren't you like you know what you're doing here? Like the reputation, and you're just leaning into it at this point. All you're doing is making life harder for you and making a mockery of the place that you're supposed to care about and work for.
Are you saying she's doing bits, or they are doing bits? Is that what you're saying?
I think that
it's a bit.
I think it's a bit to try to throw it into people's face.
Yeah.
That's my thing.
Right.
You're like, I'm going to be so outrageous that you are going to be forced to deal with me.
And you can't say anything about it.
Yeah.
Because
you
if
can't
you do,
casually identify as turtle. You kind of got to be upfront with it there.
Yeah, you got to own
do.
it. That's
and that's
that's
what I'm
fair.
And that's what I'm saying is all you're doing is choosing on purpose. This is like when you see someone that wears something just completely outrageous, right? Whether it's some dude who's dressed as like an old-timey sea captain, or you get some gal that's dressed like a like a $2 prostitute, and it's the middle of the day, a Wednesday in a new season's, and then they're offended when someone looks at them. You're like, hey, I understand you can dress however you want, but when you know what you look like, and so when you go into a new season's and you go to the hot bar and someone's there trying to pick themselves up some grilled chicken for lunch, and they see you, they may take a second glance or two. You don't have the right to then be mad at them for looking in your direction. So when J.D. Terrapin rolls in and someone's like, seriously, turtle, and then she's like, and then she gets all indignant about it and gets all pissy, that's on you. Like, you're just being a dumbass at that point. You're doing bits and you want people to have a negative reaction.
Holt is one of roughly 24 consumers on the OHA's Consumer Advisory Council, and that is appointed by the OHA director, who then she was chosen by the governor.
Yeah.
Gender Wiki, a website that documents non-binary genders, described turtle gender, also dubbed tortoise gender, as a legitimate xenogender identity,
God's sakes,
in which a person feels a gendered connection to turtles.
Yeah, well, I just think you're a boo.
So that means you think you are a turtle, or you think your gender is connected to a turtle? I don't get that.
I don't get any of this. One may feel their gender is replaced by a turtle, or their gender is best described with the use of turtles.
Okay, can I ask?
The site states.
Boy or girl turtle? Like, if your gender is replaced by a turtle, doesn't that turtle also have to have a sex?
I don't know. I think it's a them turtle.
Again.
They.
We have they, them,
I'm
turtle
here
inception.
to embrace and support whatever you need to get through life, but this is ridiculous, and you're a jackass. So your pronoun should be jackass. That's what it is. It's not terrapin. It's not turtle. You're a moron.
Someone on the YouTube says it's not the only meeting she's done this in. There's a compilation of her doing this all over the place.
Yeah, she's doing bits, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it's a bit.
You're just doing bits. That's all. And I think it does a disservice to people that actually have, feel more comfortable in a different body than their own, right? That you're doing the actual people that have this a disservice by claiming that you identify as a turtle.
Somebody said any relation to Lisa Turtle from Saved by the Bell?
Hey, Lisa Turtle didn't get enough credit. It always bothered me that they stuck her with Screech, right?
Yeah.
Like, everyone else got to, like, all the other hot girls got to have, like, the good-looking guy. And for whatever reason, they're like, no, Lisa, you're here with... Get out of here. Lisa was hot.
Somebody else said, who better to comment on mental health than a turtle?
Get out of here.
Well,
and she's part of the... What was her council?
They are part of the Oregon Health Authority Advisory Council. And they're just consumers. They're just regular consumers that are on the streets advising the OHA about what's going on out there.
I love cows.
For turtles.
And what would you identify with?
An animal?
Yeah.
Probably a horse.
Horse? Ah.
Pointing to my... What?
Then I think you'd want to be a walrus.
Why?
Biggest in the animal world.
Really?
Yeah.
I kind of wanted to see the wang. I am not Googling walrus penis.
Just saying. Biggest out there.
I'll take your word for it. Anyway, that story went viral, and now, of course, everybody's laughing at Oregon because, you know.
See, and this is my point with this, what I identify as a dip-ass. All you're doing now is you're just bringing mockery onto our fair state. And we don't need that.
I think they want that, though. I feel like there's a group of people, mostly in Portland.
That's what I'm saying.
They love it's the whole Keep Portland Weird thing.
They love it.
They're just leaning into it.
Yeah.
And they're like pissing guys like you off.
Well, again, it's just, if that's really what makes you feel better, great. But like you said, it's not. You're just doing this because you want to get a reaction out of someone, and then you can feel offended.
That is in the news, March 13, 2025, brought to you by the Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com. Did Buckley have the round one leader at the Players? We're going to tell you who the round one leader at the Players is. Oh, the answer is no, but we'll tell you who it is next.
Spoiled your own tease.
We have I sure did, didn't I? We have a notable sports death. And could the Seahawks land Cooper Kupp? Next on The Fan.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text FORCE to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text FORCE to 42424. That's FORCE to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Join me, Jacqueline Coley, on a brand new podcast, Seen on the Screen.
presented by Make It Universal and Rotten Tomatoes. Meet the innovative people at NBC Universal as they share their journeys, inspirations, and the movies that shaped them. Each episode is an intimate and fun conversation about the impact of film. Seen on the Screen is available now.
You can find it on Apple, Odyssey, YouTube, or wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your life, your goals, your legacy. With a dedicated Fidelity advisor, it's all part of a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Visit fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE, SIPC.
So, how's your research going?
Surprising! After I figured out the top-rated TVs in our price range, I went shopping for deals.
And who's the best?
It wasn't the internet, and it wasn't the warehouse club.
But?
It was video only. They had better deals on the Samsung, LG, and the Sony TVs that got the highest scores.
Better than online and at the club?
I know! Video only beat them all. And now we can afford an even better model for the same price. My research really paid off.
If we buy it video only.
Exactly. Otherwise, we'll be sorry.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Jansen Beach, Clackamas, Beaverton, Salem, and Eugene. Video Only.
The home of Colin Cowherd, always live on the Odyssey app, is KFXX, KWJJ, HD2 Portland, 1080, The Fan.
Gunslinger, making it up as you go.
An Odyssey sports station. Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on The Fan on the college hardwood today. The Oregon men beat Indiana 72-59 in the Ducks' first game of the Big Ten tournament. Jackson Shellstad leading the way with 18 points. TJ Bamba had 17. The Ducks will play again tomorrow morning, 9 a.m., and they'll take on the Michigan State Spartans. We will have the coverage right here on The Fan, starting with pregame at 8:30. Over in the ACC tournament, Duke won today, but the big story is Player of the Year favorite Cooper Flagg going down with an ugly ankle injury. His head coach John Shire said x-rays were negative, but it's unlikely that Flagg plays again this ACC tournament. His status for next week's NCAA tournament still unknown. Round one of the Players' Championship out at TPC Sawgrass is in the books. It's a three-way tie atop the leaderboard between Lucas Glover, JJ Spawn, and Camilo Villegas, who all shot a 666. Rory McIlroy, Akshay Bhatia, a couple golfers, one shot back at 5 under, while Ricky Fowler's 2 shots off the lead at 4 under, Scotty Scheffler 3 shots back, and Colin Morikawa 4 shots behind the leaders. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy from Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan Merch Locker has a new black 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley is here, continuing to not listen to the program.
No.
Wait, what did I do today?
Nothing, but we just assumed.
Why are you going there?
Coming up,
Buckley catching strays for not doing anything other than not listening to the program.
Tiger Woods has a new love.
Boy, this is a bit of an upset.
And I tell you, Texas sports is having a moment. I don't know if you've been reading up on the things going on at Texas.
Like UT?
UT, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Big one today.
Yeah, sports betting scandal. And then I just saw a new one come across the wire of a Texas athlete heckling Roy McIlroy and being kicked out of TPC Sawgrass.
Oh.
I saw the video of that. I did not realize it was a Texas athlete.
Yeah.
And also Rory's reaction, very strange.
Yes. Yeah, it was a
really
whole
weird
thing.
moment.
Whole
A
thing.
lot of scandal. Did you see the Norwegian ski jumping scandal?
No.
Yeah, the Norwegians are they're facing some serious sanctions right now. Apparently, in the world of ski jumping, they've enlarged their crotches. True story.
Well, why? What does that do?
More surface area for like aerodynamics, like the wind catching it.
Kind of creating a little spoiler off your dong.
Yeah, they have been caught enlarging the crotch of their ski jumpers, and it's got the ski jumping world abuzz.
Well, that's genius.
Yeah.
Because they're not checking that, right?
No,
I've never
like,
seen
you just
so much
think
dong
like,
in
hey,
my life. Wow.
Yeah. Apparently all the Norwegians are walking out there and everyone's like, damn, man. The Norwegians packing heat and they're great ski jumpers. Turns out, fake.
Wow.
Yeah. It's like remember the old Whizzinator?
Yeah.
I think that was an Oregon Duck. Wasn't
Ontario
that like
Smith.
Ontario Smith got caught with the Whizzinator. Apparently the Norwegians are all about the aerodynamic Whizzinator.
Would that work in any other sport?
An enlarged crotch?
Yeah.
I guess if you did it like in MMA or boxing, because if you get hit in the junk, you get extra time. So if you had like an enlarged crotch, you could claim to get hit in the crotch more, and then you would get your breaks, and the other person could get disqualified.
What about a catcher? Just, maybe a better target. Bigger target.
I don't think you want it hit there more.
Well, no, I mean, you still got your mitt. I'm just saying, like,
how is it helping?
Well, it's like
a blocker?
Is it
the
just
pitcher's like,
you could no passed ball will ever get by me. Goalies, right? Because that's in hockey they call it the 5-hole. In between the goalie's pads, what if he just has a giant?
They just let it hang down.
Yeah, he's just got a giant crotch.
Yeah, that's not bad.
You've eliminated the 5-hole.
Could you trip someone on the you're a football player, you trip someone with?
Google largest penis in the world and the dude pops up. There was a defensive lineman at the combine a couple years ago that it came out when he was running.
I remember that, yeah.
Yeah. He was running and he was just running in spandex, no shorts, and it just
a little Flopadopolis.
Yeah. I secretly think that he did that on purpose because that guy was generated some good buzz after that. He was a talented prospect.
It's like that dude in the was it a French guy or who was it in the Olympics? The guy who knocked the pole vaulter, knocked the bar off with his dong.
The dude had such an impressive dong that it knocked the bar off.
Like I might not have won the event, but I won the hearts of some ladies with that thing.
Well, some of the finest research ever done here at the Fan is Jordan Schultz watching that video over and over to try to determine whether it was his balls or his penis.
And we did come to the conclusion.
It was the dong.
It was the dong.
I think it only took like one view to realize that, though.
He spent a lot of time.
But he made sure.
Yeah, he was digging around in there.
All right. That's what's coming up. A lot of cool stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But right now, the hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions.
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
And hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victor Rico's Mexican Food. Discover Victor Rico's new savory menu items. Order in-store, online, or get it delivered straight to your door at victorricos.com. Number 5.
Round 1 at the Players' Championship at Sawgrass. They some call this the 5th major in golf. Lucas Glover birdied the last 4 holes en route to a buttery little 666.
Not too shabby.
He is tied with 2 guys. Camilo Villegas. You remember him?
I do not. Should I?
Yeah, he had a moment there a while back.
He had a moment. He was known for reading the greens like Spider-Man. He'd get down on all fours.
Oh,
He's that guy.
I remember that guy.
He also
that was a long time ago.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, he's been around. He's kind of an older guy now, but he's up there as also is JJ Spahn. By the way, Camilo Villegas lost a daughter to I don't know whether it was cancer or some illness. So the episode of him and his wife on the new season of Full Swing, definitely worth a watch. He is a good dude. Yeah. That is a good dude right there. And he's been through a lot. One back are Billy Horschel, Minwoo Lee, Akshay Bhatia, and Rory McIlroy. Right where he wants to be. Right, Suk?
What do we do?
Number 4.
Tiger lurking.
Yeah, the Tiger was on the prowl. What do we like?
Scotty Scheffler lurking at 3 under.
There you go.
Tied for 19.
Where's my guy Hideki?
He had a bad day. Yeah, 2 over. Sports author John Feinstein has passed away at the age of 68. He has over 40 books, including A Good Walk Spoiled and A Season on the Brink. Great dude.
He wrote my favorite sports book ever, A Civil War. I read it in high school and started my love affair with the Army-Navy game. And he would come on the program from time to time back in the day to promote his books, and was a really, really nice guy.
Yeah, as you know, we don't do a lot of sports interviews here because a lot of sports people are dull and boring.
Yeah.
But he was not. He was a very interesting and thoughtful guy, and he has gone far too soon. And it sounds like it was sudden. They haven't said what happened.
Yeah, it said it wasn't like a long illness or whatever. They just sudden passing.
He was at his brother's house.
So the world a worse place today with no John Feinstein.
Number 3.
The Seahawks, one of 3 teams most interested in Rams cast-off Cooper Kupp, also mentioned by Adam Schefter, Denver and New England. Schefter did say in all 12 teams have shown at least some interest.
Yeah, Kupp can be a solid number 2, maybe bump down to a 3. I mean, he's not what he was, but he's still a very useful player. It'd be interesting to see whether he wants fit, whether he wants to chase a Super Bowl, what sort of role does he want. But there's still some life in that, as long as you don't think you're getting prime Cooper Kupp. Or I don't think people appreciate the 10 years he had in L.A. He was a Triple Crown winner. That year they went to the Super Bowl. Cooper Kupp, receptions, yards, and touchdowns.
A couple of minor moves to tell you about. Raheem Mostert, running back of the Dolphins, is moving on to the Raiders, 1-year deal. Quarterback Mason Rudolph returns to the Steelers, 2-year deal.
I saw this morning, they're like, Steelers get quarterback. I was like, Aaron Rodgers? No, Mason Rudolph.
Mace. It's the Mace Plumlee model.
Yeah.
Also, Gardner Minshew will now be the backup to Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City.
The mullet has a new home.
Great fit.
Watch out, Mahomes.
Well, when he inevitably turns an ankle at some point, you'll get Minshew for a game and a half, and everyone will love it.
Minshew will make himself $40 million on the spot.
Is good.
He'll have a couple good games and get paid by the...
That is a great story, though. Remember, that guy was going to Alabama to be a GA when Mike Leach called and was like, I think you can still play.
I think what Leach asked him is, would you rather be the leading passer in the country, and instead...
And look at him now.
Well, it's a huge blow to Duke at the ACC tournament as Cooper Flagg rolled his ankle against Georgia Tech. He had to be helped off the court.
Dude, it looked gnarly.
X-rays were negative. Devils did win the game, 78-70. They also lost Malik Brown, backup center. He dislocated his shoulder in the game.
Yeah, so not good.
Not good at
so
all.
They're saying Coop's not going to play in the rest of the ACC tournament. And if you
Well,
saw
they didn't
that,
say that, but he's not.
He's not playing.
It's going to be dicey next week.
Yeah. So fingers crossed, because whatever you think of Duke, you want Cooper Flagg in this tournament. I mean, he's been so good, and so is Duke all year.
Come too far together to stop now. Let's do it. That's it, baby. Shut it from the rooftops. America's #1 fighting force.
Number 1.
My #1 fan.
Number 1.
Number 1.
And number 1, the Ducks took care of business, as heard here on The Fan, at the Big Ten tournament this morning, handling Indiana, 72-59, 18 for Shellstad, 17 for Bamba. Oregon's now won 8 in a row, and it sets up a meeting with top-seeded Michigan State tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. here on The Fan.
That's right. Right after a shortened Durton's break. Can we talk about the main story in college basketball today, though?
Minnesota firing their coach?
Yeah, which is a bit odd. Why don't you do that before the tournament? No, I'm talking about the new king of the Big 12.
BYU?
Thank you.
Yeah, they had a big win today. They in the Big 12 tournament, they beat Iowa State 96-92. Other finals in the SEC, 2 overtimes. Texas got a win over Texas A&M, 94-89, which could put Texas in the tournament.
Yeah, that was the big one. They were saying they needed a decent tournament run to secure their spot.
In the Big 10, Wisconsin 70, Northwestern 63. In the Big East, Marquette got by Xavier 89-87. St. John's blasted Butler 78-57. Houston is number 2 in the country. They beat Colorado 77-68, and they will play BYU tomorrow. And then we have a couple games in progress. Texas Tech in the Big 12 leads Baylor 60-46. Illinois in the Big 10 leads Iowa 92-76. And Missouri 6-point lead on Mississippi State early in the SEC.
Yeah, tomorrow I'm a little nervous about that one. BYU has looked really good at the end of the year. Looks like they maybe secured themselves a 5 seed. Yeah, they played Houston earlier this year, and they beat us by 31.
Yeah, revenge game tomorrow.
We're only going to lose by 28 this time.
Victor Rico's Mexican food, 19 locations across Oregon and Washington, now in Lacamas Square in Vancouver. Find a location near you at victorricos.com. When you think of flavor, think of Victor Rico's. We'll talk about the impact of Cooper flag being out, sports betting scandal at Texas, and Tiger Woods' new love, all coming up on The Fan.
The
Yeah, I'm looking here at tomorrow's point spreads for you. The Houston Cougs favored over the BYU Cougs in Kansas City, 7.5.
Yeah. See, that's
previous game 86-55.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't, and they just absolutely annihilated us. That was like when people were like, "Is BYU good?" And I remember tuning into that one, and it was over fast. But they're playing well. That may be a no touchy for me. 7.5. I don't have that much faith.
Yeah. BYU is definitely legit. There's no question about that.
I'm not used to this good at basketball thing right now.
But Houston is.
Yeah.
They might be the best team in the country if
Flag's down.
If Flag's down. And Flag is down. And look, I tell you what, I'm with you, man. Nobody likes Duke, okay?
No.
But
that's not what you want.
No. Like when I saw that, I was like, oh man. Like of all the freshmen that have come through over the last, 15 years.
Very few of them ever live up to
they're never worth a watch like this guy. And he is awesome if you haven't seen him play. And it's just, I think a lot of fans would be like, normally they'd be like, screw you, Duke. Funny.
Yeah.
Not at all.
Well,
because he is really, like, dude, it was bad. And we all know how ankles are. And even though x-rays were negative, he's not going to be right for a month.
No way.
It doesn't mean he can't play, but he's just not.
Yeah, it wasn't just like a pseudo sprain. He was up there, 3-4 feet, came down like on the toe, rolled underneath. I couldn't believe it's not broken.
And that's the thing now is, regardless of whether he actually is able to go out there and give them something, we are now never going to get the full Cooper Flag March Madness experience likely.
Well, and I remember Carmelo Anthony leading Syracuse to a national championship, and that just doesn't happen with true freshmen. Like you said, most of the time the true freshmen, they're just not ready. And they may go on to be great NBA players, but very rarely do you see a freshman carry a team like that. And Flag had been all that was advertised and more. So yeah, no one dislikes Duke more than me, but that really bummed me out because I was looking forward to watching Duke in the tournament with Cooper Flag.
However, it does selfishly help my Houston to win it all ticket that I have in my pocket.
That probably does help. Are you the one responsible for this?
For what?
The Cooper Flag
injury?
Oh,
no. I would want them to beat them fair and square.
Did you go Galuli on there? Someone, because he landed on, although it kind of looked like maybe he landed on his own guy's foot.
Yeah. Just one of those
freak things.
I hate watching those too. When a guy lands wrong on his ankle, it's just like, because we've all done that. It's so freaking painful.
I don't play basketball anymore.
So the spread the first time around was 10.5. Houston BYU.
Yeah,
okay.
I think
so. Now it's only 7.5.
I think they covered that number.
Yeah.
I'm not touching it. But it's been this is the fun time of the year for college basketball, and I know these tournaments for a lot of the schools don't mean anything, but this is when you really start to pay attention. And then come the bracket, you get to pretend that you know anything about any of these teams.
Yeah, next week we'll be on here as experts.
Yeah. Hey, I saw the I
watched them twice, and let me tell you, Duke playing North Carolina tomorrow without Cooper Flag. Mm-hmm. And Brown, who got hurt. Yeah, they're still 7.5 point favorites.
Well, is North Carolina even making the tournament? Because I saw
they're making a run at it.
They're making a run at it because I want to say it was, I don't know, maybe 2-3 days ago. They had them as the last team. They were one of the last 4 teams out, not in. So does North Carolina need a win over Duke?
Yeah, they would. In? I think if North Carolina wins this game, even though Flag is out,
that gets them in.
I think it's. Yeah, because they've gone on a run. They look a lot better now.
Right now, the ESPN bracketology does have them in the last 4 in.
Okay, so they're right there.
So they could solidify it with a win over Duke. And then your Duckies tomorrow morning on the Fan, 5.5 point underdogs to Michigan State. Now you remember they went to Michigan State.
They played a good game.
They did play a good game.
They played a good half.
They were up at halftime. But Michigan State absolutely got on one of those weird college basketball momentum runs. And Oregon just could not stop it.
Well, and that was they got smoked. Oregon was in the middle of it. Was like a 5 or 6 game losing streak, and they went back. They remember they played. It was like Michigan State. They did get that big one over Wisconsin to kind of break it, but that was a tough little road trip. They went through a weird stretch in the middle of the season, as Dana Altman is known to do. But this is what Oregon does: is Oregon gets hot at the right time, and There was a taste of the number. They were like plus 2,800 to win the Big Ten tournament at the start of this thing. You probably still get them at some favorable odds if you want to take a ride on them.
If they beat Michigan State, it ain't going to be plus 2,800.
No, it's not.
So they beat, after that, you're right, after that Michigan State, those 2 losses on the road, they had lost 5 in a row at that point. They have since not lost. They've won 8 in a row. They beat Northwestern, Rutgers, Iowa, Wisconsin, USC, Indiana, Washington, and then Indiana again today.
And I will say that none of those teams are any good, minus Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Wisconsin's a good team, and I think that one went into overtime or double OT?
That one was just overtime.
Yeah, it was overtime.
They stormed back. They were down like 17.
Yeah, they were down big, and they came roaring back. So therein lies the question for Oregon is this the vintage Dana Altman run, or is this you are playing bad teams? Like Northwestern scored like 50 against them in half.
I feel like it's a little bit of both.
Yeah.
They're playing better.
The Iowa game was funky. Remember, that was the one where they tried to give away at the end. I mean, this hasn't necessarily been smooth sailing.
They're playing better, but I think I don't have a lot of faith in them.
No.
When push comes to shove. I mean, they could win a game or 2 in the tournament, but if you're talking,
I'll see you in the Sweet 16.
If you're thinking Final Four, I don't know, dude.
No. This team doesn't have that, but Dana has proven enough times that with enough talent, he can get them through the first weekend and find a way to push that team through the first weekend, and I think he'll do it again.
Yeah, that's a team that if so what are they going to be? Probably.
I think they said they're going to be somewhere in the 10 to 12 line.
Really?
Right?
Oregon?
Wasn't Oregon that?
Oh,
no, right now they're a 5.
Yeah. Oh, they're a 5. Yeah. That's right. They were on that was the 5-12. Sorry.
5-12.
5-12 line.
So they should win. I mean, obviously they're favored to win the first game.
Yeah.
But, the 5-12 is the classic upset line. Who knows?
And then you get a 5-4 matchup.
Yeah, 5-4. That is not a 5 I'd want to play. Like, in other words, like thinking about some of the other potential 5s, like I'm just thinking about Kansas.
Yeah.
I would much rather play Kansas than Oregon.
This one has it that Oregon would face Clemson.
Which I know,
which would be tough for the Ducks, I think.
Clemson.
That's tough. They're
good.
Yeah.
But other 4s include Maryland,
also good.
Wisconsin, and Purdue.
Ooh, Wisconsin rematch?
Yeah, there you go.
Haven't they played Wisconsin twice in the tournament in the last handful
They
of years?
play them in the tournament like every other year, it feels like.
What was the last one you mentioned? The other
Purdue.
See, they could beat Purdue. Didn't they already play Purdue? I think Purdue came into Oregon and beat
Well,
them.
obviously
Purdue
this stuff
got it.
shuffles around, so then looking at like 5 seeds too, you're looking at like Ole Miss, Arizona.
I think Purdue smacked him pretty good if I remember.
Yeah, I think they got them in Eugene. But I would say, just like with BYU and Oregon, teams like that, not necessarily with the Houstons and the Dukes, but with teams like BYU and Oregon, it's all about matchups.
Sure.
We could see a BYU Oregon 4-5 matchup.
Yeah, because there's some talk that BYU right now is sitting on that 5 seed, depending on what happens. If
juicy,
wouldn't that be something?
That'd be cool. I think I'd take your Cougs.
Let's go.
Richie Saunders, baby.
Yeah. More importantly, king of the tater tots. We found out that the Saunders family is responsible for the tater. What's more all-American than a white kid with a headband at BYU that comes from big tater tot money?
All right, up next, trouble at Texas. Here's Buck.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on the Fan on the college hardwood, the Oregon men beat Indiana 72-59 in their first game of the Big Ten tournament, setting up a matchup tomorrow with Michigan State. That one will tip off at 9 o'clock with pregame coverage starting at 8:30 right here on the Fan. Big news out of the ACC today as Duke was winners over Georgia Tech, but the big news of the day is Player of the Year favorite Cooper Flagg went down with a serious ankle injury. Head coach John Shire said x-rays are negative and it's unlikely Flagg will play for the rest of the ACC tournament. His status for the NCAA tournament is still unknown. Round 1 of the Players' Championship out at TPC Sawgrass is in the books. A 3-way tie atop the leaderboard between Lucas Glover, J.J. Spawn, and Camilo Villegas. They're all 6 under par. Rory McIlroy and Akshay Bhatia a stroke back at 5 under, tied for 4th, while Ricky Fowler's 2 shots back at 4 under, Scotty Scheffler's 3 shots back at 3 under, and Colin Morikawa 2 under par, 4 shots off the lead. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy from Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
It's The Fan on FM. Go to 99.5 FM HD2 and enjoy high def 1080 The Fan. It's time for Who's Leading the Charge. A look under the hood at the coaches, players, and teams getting it done. Brought to you by Battery Exchange.
Missed it. 5 seconds. Padula. Ball game. Sean Padula hits the 3. An incredible finish here in Nashville.
That guy almost had to eat his words. Was that the one where he said, I don't know if it's a TV call or the radio call, where he said ball game?
He said ball game. There's still 1.3 left on the clock.
And the Arkansas guy almost
got a shot up.
He almost banked in a half quarter. Anyway, do you know who Sean Padula plays for?
That's Ole Miss, right?
Ole Miss, yeah. You know who their coach is? Buzzer beater today?
I don't know who the Ole Miss coach is.
Chris Beard, the old Texas Tech guy.
That drunk that got fired for like spousal abuse?
Yeah, I don't know that he... Well, yeah, I think he did.
Yeah, he did.
Get fired for that. Yeah, he's the coach at Ole Miss now. Who's leading the charge? Powered by Battery Exchange. Power up your summer at Battery Exchange. Mentioning code BXT10 at checkout. You get 10% off your entire purchase. Battery Exchange with an X.com.
Hey, it's Suk, and for many of us, it's happening.
The Fan.
Well, I don't know what's going on at the University of Texas, but it's Thunderdome down there. Got a couple of stories here for you, Jace Babes.
That's supposed to be like College Xanadu, right?
Yeah.
More money than anywhere else in any college program. Biggest brand.
So the University of Texas golfer Luke Potter has apologized today after he reportedly was removed from the grounds at TPC Sawgrass for heckling star golfer Rory McIlroy.
Who knew you could get heaved for heckling Rory?
Video of the incident spread on social media. McIlroy, playing a practice round on Tuesday, hit a drive on the 18th hole into the water. And then he immediately turned around, walked over to Potter, who was standing outside the ropes, and asked for his cell phone, took it away, and walked away.
Go find the clip, Sook. It's so strange.
It is very weird.
Huh.
It wasn't clear in the video what Potter said, but Golf.com is reporting that he referenced the 2011 Masters when McIlroy melted down on the back nine Sunday, shot an 80, and finished 10 shots behind winner Charles Schwartzel.
So that's enough to get you kicked out?
Apparently, Rory's still sensy about it.
But if you can't hear the audio with it, Rory, beelines to him off the tee box, walks over there, goes, "Hey, can I see that for a second?" And just casually takes his phone and walks the other direction.
Yeah, Golf.com also reported that Potter was later escorted out of the course. His phone was returned.
Well, no offense to Rory McIlroy, but dude, this is so fascinating.
Isn't it weird?
If I'm heckling someone and they come over to me and be like, "Hey, give me your phone," guess
You're
what
not
I'm
getting
not doing?
I know.
You're not getting my phone.
He hands it to him.
It appeared this kid Potter had no idea Rory was walking over, and he was just almost surprised by it. It was like,
Dude, I am watching this right now, and my mind is blown.
And I feel like Rory wanted to do something like either push him or cuss him out, and then kind of brain locked and didn't know what else to do, so he just snatched his phone.
By the way, you're not allowed to do that.
No.
Look, and I appreciate golf, and I get there's decorum there, but God, sometimes
the whole interaction's very weird.
Sometimes golfers are the biggest pansies on earth.
Yeah, they're very sensy.
Very, very.
They're all
sensy.
very up in their own head.
No kidding.
But
now, it's one thing if someone is taunting you while you're swinging or whatever. That's one thing. But if you shank one into the woods and some kid says something, my God, Rory.
Yeah. So the kid Potter, so in the video, Rory hits the shot, goes in the water.
Yeah.
And he just walks over to Potter, who really isn't paying attention that Rory is walking towards him. That's kind of why he got the phone, is that this Potter kid, his head was buried in his phone. He was texting.
Or he texted his friends.
Yeah, you should hear what I just said. And then Rory just took the phone and starts walking with it and looking at it as if it's his. He's scrolling through it.
Yeah.
So he got the phone back, but here's what Potter said.
What was Rory looking for?
He said, Potter told Golf Channel, "Look, I just made a mistake. And I take ownership for it. I apologize for it. That's all about that. That's about all that needs to be said. It's just a good learning experience. Yeah, I apologize."
Yeah.
The Texas golf coach, John Fields, has responded.
Mm-hmm.
And he said of Potter, he's got a hole in his heart. He had no idea that what was coming out of his mouth was going to result in this fashion. With regards to our program, I mean, it's an embarrassing moment. It is particularly sensitive to me because our program is built on respect for the game.
Yeah.
And I would tell you that we coach 18 to 22-year-olds on a normal basis, and they don't always make the right call. And that's my responsibility as a coach. And when they do make a mistake, it's a learning moment.
Now, do we have audio of what the kid actually said?
No one knows.
Because, look, I understand. Someone's down here saying, don't excuse heckling. Look, I'm not trying to excuse heckling. And the kid was probably being a douche. Don't get me wrong.
I think that goes without saying.
Yeah, but I would be interested to know what he said to him. And you can be a douche, but it doesn't mean that you should get kicked out simply for being a douche, nor does it give someone the right to come over to you and take your property.
It sounds like it was something along the lines of just like 2011 at Augusta, like that.
Because he hit that ball way left into the trees.
I'm sorry. If that's what was said, dude, as much as this kid was a douche, Rory's a bitch. So, which is worse, being a douche for saying just like at Augusta, or being such a bitch that you freak out over something that some college kid says to you when you're supposed to be one of the greatest golfers of all time? I'm not sure which is worse. Yeah, the kid, I'd be embarrassed if I was a kid. I'd also be embarrassed if I'm Rory.
I think, too, you're a golfer at Texas.
Yeah.
And that's a big time golf program.
Yeah, it is.
Dude, you got to be.
Yeah.
You got to be better than
exactly.
that.
Yeah, I also I don't buy that he has a hole in his heart. If Rory meant so much to you, why are you talking crap to him?
Yeah.
I'm not saying that this kid deserved to get his phone snatched, and Rory's reaction was stupid, but this kid can't be that upset that Rory didn't like what he said after he deliberately said something that Rory wouldn't like.
Yeah. And they said, I think you're right, Buckley. He did say, it sounds like he yelled just like 2011 at Augusta.
Yeah.
On that one particular shot. So anyway, they said he's already written a letter of apology to McIlroy. But that's, him being a profile. Like, if he goes anywhere in golf,
you don't want
that's going to stick to him.
Yeah, it's one thing if you're just like, if it's you some dip ass in the crowd, but you're right. If you're a big time player and your goal is to play on the tour, it's like when you go back and they, like NBA guys, when they read their like high school tweets and they're ripping on LeBron or something, you're like,
shouldn't have said that.
Sorry about that.
Also at Texas, we have a sports betting scandal now.
Yeah. Well, these are coming like left and right.
Yeah, and I don't think people really care about them.
Well, no, I think the idea is that people have always been gambling on these sorts of things, and at least now they're getting caught because these things are so regulated. It's hard to get away with them.
Yeah, so Texas had to self-report 5 NCAA violations in relation to sports betting that took place between July and November of last year. They said it was 5 people total, roughly $15,000 US in impermissible bets as a group. The wagers were placed with the daily fantasy sports website Prize Picks, which is legal in Texas. And of course, per NCAA rule, players, coaches, staff, you cannot bet at all.
It's the same thing as being a professional athlete. This is why, like, none of this stuff bothers me. Look, it's like anything else. There's rules in place. We know there's things that are legal out there, but if you want to do certain things, like be a professional athlete or collegiate athlete, you don't get to gamble. So, like, when Jameis Williams and those Lions got busted, there's no sympathy. You know what you're not supposed to do. So when you get caught with it, I don't blame gambling. I blame the dumbasses for having no self-control.
So three guys, 2 were non-student athletes. 1 was an assistant in the athletic department, and they actually ended that person's. He was non-paid. He was just like and
he was just done.
He had a role.
Yeah, they're like, it's over.
They were like, yeah, bye.
Yeah.
The other were football players.
Yeah.
And it says one of the football players was deemed ineligible, but was ultimately reinstated. That player was required to pay back the value of the wagers to a charity of his choosing. The other football player reportedly had a problem with sports betting, and he had placed an estimated $9,600 in impermissible wagers while attending school at Texas. In addition, 2 of his bets were placed on Texas basketball.
So he's done.
That player ended up leaving Texas and stopped his college football career.
Yeah.
So the athletic department did not penalize him.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, I'm out.
Thanks for coming.
But I tell you what, though, man, I think we've talked about this before. If you're a student athlete, or if you're a football player, basketball player, and you're around other teams' athletes, and you know those teams, maybe you go to their games or whatever.
Easy.
Totally easy.
But this is why I'm saying, like, I just hate we can't have something because the temptation is too great. That's on you, man. Self-accountability. And if you want to do it, you roll the dice. It's like anyone else. We all have a million decisions we get to make in our life. And we all know there's consequences to those decisions. You want to cheat on your wife? It's your choice. You want to cheat on your taxes? You want to rob a liquor store? All of that. All that stuff's available to you. But don't then come crawling to me and being like, well, sorry, I made a terrible mistake and I didn't know what I was doing. Yes, you did.
Yeah, to me, it's a little bit like somebody saying that we should all stop driving because someone got caught with a speeding ticket. Well, if you're the one speeding and you're the one breaking the rules, there are going to be consequences to that. But for the rest of the people who aren't breaking those rules and are kind of doing it by the letter of the law, like, there's no problem.
It's just the people that demonize gambling and they're like, oh my God, like, well, I'm sorry. Gambling has always been a thing. I'm just happy now that it's above board. And now when you sign up, anyone that knows when you sign up to one of these things, you can't use fake identities. It requires real names. It requires real bank accounts. Like, there's no, the only thing you could do is you could use someone else and place their bets through them. But most of these kids aren't doing that. They have their own, there was an NFL player that his name was in the, I think it was an LSU player.
Oh no, he's in the NFL now.
He's in the NFL now.
It's Butte, Keyshawn Butte.
Yeah,
is that his name?
His thing was like Keyshawn Butte, like 6'8". His name was in his title,
and he was betting on his own props.
Yeah. Well, there's also, I don't know how many of these student athlete or the kids players know this, but the NCAA is in bed with companies, and these schools are in bed with companies that cross-reference.
Yes.
All like these betting companies are giving all the information, like login information,
they're sharing it back,
date of births, and everything that you have to put in there. They're sharing it with the NCAA, and then these companies just cross-reference. And if somebody's date of birth pops up or name pops up, they got you.
Because these things are so regulated that all of the gambling places are terrified of getting hit with a major scandal. Can you imagine if we had, let's take the Chris Webber thing, right? Back in the day. If you believe that Chris Webber was in deep with the Sharks and he called timeout and threw the national championship game. If you had something like that, that potentially could lead a state to ban gambling. And just like, you know what? We're done with this. We're not doing it.
Well, in a company like DraftKings, they just turned a profit for the first time in their 12-year history or whatever it is.
So
like,
they
need to be above board.
Yeah, they are not screwing around. These companies are not going to allow this crap to go on. They want everything above board. And so, like you said, everyone is sharing information. So if you do this, you will get caught. And eventually, I hope some of these numbskulls figure it out. How many of these scandals do we have to have before someone's like, yeah, we probably shouldn't do this?
It's also not that hard because you have to load these accounts with money ahead of time, right?
Yep.
They're not credit books.
No.
So you have to have the money ahead of time. Just withdraw the money and give it to your buddy.
Exactly.
And bet through his account. They're not catching that, are they? I mean, maybe they
so.
could if you're
the baseball coach. He was getting information to his buddy.
Well, but they were fixing games.
Yeah.
Like I'm talking about just because he was giving him information. Like that was bad.
He's giving him injury information.
Yeah. I'm just talking about like, I want to bet on this game between Texas Tech and Baylor that I'm watching here. Yeah. I'm a student athlete at Texas. It's illegal for me to do it. Just give the money to somebody who has an account.
You would think.
You morons.
Yeah. But that's the problem is some of these guys are just dum-dums. So, I don't have any sympathy for anyone that gets caught. And my thing is I don't want any leniency either. You get caught gambling, thanks for coming. Bye. Go. Bye-bye.
Everyone knows what the rules are before they do it.
That's why the whole Pete Rose thing always drove me crazy when we sat here and we were like, well, hasn't Pete paid the price? No. When you know that something is a lifetime, especially baseball, that's the one sport that ever got caught actually throwing a World Series. We all know if you are in Major League Baseball, the one cardinal sin is you can't bet on baseball. And yet that jackass was so blatant about it and everyone knew about it and he kept doing it. And then he gets caught and then he's upset that they won't let him into the Hall of Fame. You knew what you were doing.
Yeah.
And you did it anyways and then you want sympathy for it. No, I'm done.
You see your fearless leader is now trying to get him into the Hall of Fame.
Oh, this is, of course. Why not? What is this? He's dead.
You do it anymore, you're going to have problems.
I think there's a push to get him in.
Well,
posthumously.
At least for me, if he does get in, at least he didn't get to see it. Because I think Pete Rose is a garbage human, or was a garbage human being that did the, haven't I paid my price? No.
I've heard people ask, does the lifetime ban basically go away at the end of his life?
He's dead.
Well, and that's fine because, again, he does it. But that guy wanted more than anything else to be in the Hall of Fame. But you did the one thing the only thing that could have kept Pete Rose out of the Hall of Fame was that. And he still did it. So I have zero sympathy for any of these people.
All right, Tiger Woods has a new love. That's next on The Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Barthélemy, shot clock low, and he hits the three.
These are the shots that are the easiest because you don't have any choice but to catch and shoot.
Yeah, Ducks win again, beat Indiana. Good little ball game, but Oregon pulled away at the end.
Well, this is the big one tomorrow with Michigan State because, this win streak that they're on, it hasn't necessarily been littered with elite teams. You beat Michigan State. Now you got some serious momentum going into the tournament.
Mods PDX, the future of building is here.
If you're considering new construction and want it done right and fast by a team that's focused on innovation, collaboration, and creativity,
Well, we're fascinated with Tiger Woods' love life. He never met a whore he didn't like.
Wow.
What? It's true.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, I like the tatted up whore too.
Elin, Perkins waitresses.
Wasn't Elin, by the way, wasn't she Jasper Parnovik's nanny?
Yes. That's how he met her.
I am shocked that old Jasper's wife let him hire a Swedish bikini model to be their nanny. Like, women that are able to work their way into those circles, it's fascinating. Like, you see those girls and they date 9 different athletes. They're married to 3 of them, like those basketball wives. You're like, man. And the athletes keep falling for it.
Well, anyway, Lindsey Vonn he dated.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And then he had this latest gal who was, I think, maybe a GM at one of his restaurants or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the Erica something or other.
And I don't know if this is confirmed, but the story that was being reported, and if it is true, it's the greatest move in Tiger Woods history. He wanted her to leave the house, and he didn't want to have a confrontation, so he told her that pack your bags. We're going on this amazing trip. I'll meet you at the airport with the private plane. And then when she got to the private plane, Tiger was back at the house and had moved out all her stuff and changed the locks. That's when she sued him, right? She claimed that Tiger had promised to take care of her, and she sued him for $15 million. And
she promptly dropped that.
Yeah.
Tiger won that battle.
Yeah.
Although he probably paid her a bunch of money to go away.
Probably. I'm just saying the idea of her getting to the airport and being no plane, and then Tiger Woods' assistant is like, sorry about the ruse, lady, but here's all your stuff in a U-Haul, and thanks for coming.
Well, the latest is that Tiger is dating Vanessa Trump.
Yes.
And Vanessa Trump, of all the Trumps.
She's not a real Trump.
No, she's not.
Trump by marriage.
Yeah, her maiden name is Pergolesi.
Yeah, hey.
And she's been linked with Leonardo DiCaprio in the past. She was dating a Saudi prince, and then he was connected to Al-Qaeda, and she kind of was like, whoa. She backed off of that. She's had quite a history. She is Don Jr.'s ex.
Yeah.
And they have 5 kids together.
Yeah.
Notably, Kai Trump, who is the young golfer.
Yeah. And I'm assuming that's kind of how they met?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess they both live in Florida.
This is kind of what I'm talking about. So this Vanessa Trump,
I like the line that what started as a friendship blossomed.
Well,
yeah, okay.
That's kind of
Tiger
that's
needed
an
more
impressive
friends.
run. She married into the POTUS's family.
Yeah.
She's dating some Saudi billionaire guy. Who else was on that list?
So Leo DiCaprio.
DiCaprio and now Tiger. This is what I'm saying is gals like this, man. Their resume, their ability to work their way into the elites, it's kind of amazing.
I don't know who this is, but it says that she dated local street gangster Valentin Rivera.
What?
Do you know who that is?
Well, local. No, I'm not familiar with the local Miami street gangs.
Well, Miami? I don't know. This was in her teenage years. I don't know where was she from?
I don't know. I was assuming Florida. So I don't know.
I think she was born in New York.
She dated one of the vice lords or something? Like the Banditos? I don't know.
She was linked to Leonardo DiCaprio. Vanessa dated Saudi Prince Khalid bin Bandar bin Sultan Al Saud.
Do you think Tiger's a step down? She's really, this is your yacht?
It's possible that she has that thought.
She's disgusted with what Tiger's bringing to the table.
On November 12th, 2005, she married Donald Trump Jr. The wedding was at Mar-a-Lago.
They got, like I said, they got a whole host of kids here.
Trump Jr. had proposed to her with a $100,000 ring that he had received as a gift from a jeweler in exchange for proposing to her in front of paparazzi outside of the jeweler's store in New Jersey.
Hey, getting that deal,
grift.
Man.
No way. Vanessa filed for divorce in 2018. So they were married 13 years. They have the 5 kids, including Kai. And now Tiger's getting it in.
Well, I mean, look, Tiger doesn't make the best choices in the world, but maybe Vanessa Trump is, maybe she's all that in a bag of chips. I don't know. Think he hangs out? Is Tiger is he a Trumper? Wayne Gretzky is. I saw that. Gretzky's a big Trump guy. So maybe that's Donald's thing is he's just conquering the sports world one goat at a time.
One legend at a time.
Yeah.
Look,
I guess all the Canadians were pissed because of the Four Nations thing. Yeah, Gretzky is all about Trump and was hanging out with the Americans. So I guess he's the closest thing Canada has to a superhero, and all the Canadians are pissed at him now.
I don't know what Vanessa Trump is bringing to the table, okay? Probably great things, like you said.
Sure.
But I would have a real problem being Tiger Woods and snatching seconds from Don Jr. I'm sorry.
5
no.
kids.
No.
And
Because, now he's in your life.
Yes.
He's the daddy. He's,
Maybe they
he's
hang
Kai's
out.
dad.
I don't know.
Oh, God.
Maybe they're besties.
Yeah, maybe Don Jr. thinks it's super cool.
Oh, I guarantee you Don Jr. does.
Right? I mean,
wouldn't you?
yeah. I would
Tiger
think.
freaking Woods?
I don't know. Does Tiger seem kind of lame to you?
Yes, I'm guarantee you he's lame, but
Yeah.
he's a bit.
He's
Come on,
Tiger
he's
Woods.
Tiger Woods.
Yeah.
Do you think Kai is pumped? She's like, my new stepdad
Yes.
might be Tiger Woods.
Yes, because isn't she like a
She's a Florida State
superstar golfer? Yeah.
Yeah, she plays at Florida State.
Yeah, I guarantee you she's like, oh my God, Mom.
Way to go,
Nice
Mom.
get.
It's no Saudi prince, but all right, let's go.
Yeah.
So
What must she think?
It's just a weird world that those people all live in, man. It's just
Kai Trump has a mother
Yeah.
who has dated a Saudi prince, the son of the president,
Yeah.
and Tiger Woods.
And apparently a notable Miami or New York street gang member.
I mean, come on.
It's an impressive run. Can I also say too, like,
Uh-oh.
look,
She's 17, dude.
No. Not. I'm talking about Vanessa.
Okay.
Talking
She's
about
47.
Yeah, I just thought for Tiger, it's age appropriate and it's kind of, she's not like, I just thought Tiger would have gone down the 20 something, right? Like,
he doesn't do that.
No, it's very age appropriate and it's kind of hotness level appropriate.
Yeah, you're right. They do kind of seem like they could match.
Yes.
He's not the guy that's going around with the 25-year-old arm candy that everyone's like, gee, I wonder how that happened.
Well, wasn't that the whole thing during his big scandal was
they were all kind of,
he really wanted to connect with all of them. Like
Yeah,
he was a sad man.
Perkins waitresses. Although some of those were like in porn and whatever.
Well, it's just opportunity.
I just thought he'd be like, just thought maybe he'd be like more of the Mark Davis type.
No,
he's Tiger Woods, for God's sake.
He is, but it's proximity and ease.
Yeah. Vanessa Trump, come on down.
Didn't one of them say he's
a sad, weird guy.
He brought over Subway or something and wanted to just sit and talk to her and eat Subway with her?
Yeah, he's socially awkward.
And she was like, oh, dude, all I want to do is hump you.
Well.
And he's like, well, tell me about your feelings. God, what a weird scandal. The whole Tiger thing.
Remember that documentary that came out and people were talking about kind of his coming of age and being around parties with like other celebrities and superstars and stuff, and that he could not have seemed more like a fish out of water.
Yeah.
Not comfortable in that world with those people. Like,
seriously, it is the most still to this day, that is the most shocking scandal in sports. Because nobody suspected that. He's just a golf dork.
Yeah.
And he was laying pipe all over the East.
Over.
The East and the West.
Anything
and the
and
West.
everything. Exactly. Like Phil Mickelson, maybe. I could see Phil.
But that's what I'm saying. Like,
not Tiger.
Phil that's predictable.
Yeah.
Isn't the rumor about Phil that he and his wife swing?
No, I think there's a lot of rumors about Phil.
That is the rumor about Phil. Him and Amy.
Yeah.
Ames.
They get down. Well, apparently, like that's the Dustin Johnson, Paulina Gretzky. The secret world of golfers, apparently that's a thing. The PGA Tour wives and the PGA players, that's seen.
There's a lot of boredom.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of money.
Yeah, what else you doing?
And there's a lot of downtime.
Yeah.
A lot of boners.
A lot of boners.
A lot of private planes. A lot of travel.
Well, the guys are gone for long stretches.
Exactly.
Unlike other sports where they come and go more, golfers, I mean, it's weeks at a time.
Yeah. So all the golfers seem all like, they seem all nicey nice, but you know stuff's up. Soon to be Tiger Woods in the White House.
Already has been. He actually showed up with Jay Monahan and the head of the PIF Live thing, Tiger, and all them were going to try to unify the tours with Trump.
Well, who was the Kushner, right? Jared Kushner. What if Tiger's up there with Musk now? He's like, we're writing policy because of Musk and Tiger.
Does Tiger give you confidence? Like, do you think Tiger? I mean, he seems like a pretty smart guy, right?
Stanford, man.
I would think, yeah.
I mean, do you think like, could do worse? Like,
apparently Trump wanted to hire Dave Portnoy to run do the U.S. Department of Commerce.
Yes, Dave Portnoy.
And Portnoy said no because he didn't want to give up Barstool.
All you need to know is that I think Linda McMahon.
What is happening?
Vince McMahon's wife is in charge of
Department of Education.
Yeah, Department of Education. Linda McMahon. That Linda McMahon.
Yeah, Triple H was in her confirmation
We could do a lot worse than Tiger Woods.
You could do a lot worse than
creating
Tiger Woods.
policy.
Yes. It's a valid point. Touché, sir. Valid point.
All right, the club is next. When you profit from going viral for something that's bad, can you then sue? Next on The Fan.
An Odyssey Sports Station. Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on The Fan. On the college hardwood today, the Oregon men advance in the Big Ten tournament. They beat Indiana 72-59, 18 points from Jackson Shellstad, 17 for TJ Bamba with the win. Oregon advances to play Michigan State tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. That one will have pregame coverage starting at 8:30 right here on The Fan. Over in the ACC tournament, Duke beat Georgia Tech today, but the story of the day is that Player of the Year favorite Cooper Flagg went down with an ugly ankle injury. Head coach John Shire said x-rays were negative, but it's unlikely Flagg plays again this ACC tournament, and his status for next week's NCAA tournament is in doubt. Round one of the Players' Championship out at TPC Sawgrass is in the books. Three-way tie at the top of the leaderboard. Lucas Glover, JJ Spawn, and Camilo Villegas all at 6 under par. Rory and Akshay Bhatia are one shot off the lead at 5 under. Ricky Fowler 2 back at 4 under par. Scotty Scheffler 3 shots off the lead at 3 under. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy from Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The ultimate basketball party, Fan Madness, is back. March 20th and 21st at the Stadium Sports Bar at A&A Sportsbook. More info at 1080thefan.com.
The following show may contain adult themes not suitable for children.
Shut the hell up.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Suk.
It does go well with a chicken.
I didn't know hanging out with you was making me smarter.
Full disclosure, Morty, it's not. Temporary superintelligence is just a side effect of the mega seeds dissolving in your rectal cavity.
Oh, man.
Yeah, and once those seeds wear off, you're gonna lose most of your motor skills, and you're also gonna lose a significant amount of brain functionality for 72 hours, Morty. Starting right about now.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Suk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of cheap fun.
Now watch this drive.
Make America great, bitch.
Those scientists better check their hypotenuses.
China. These people are crazy. There's something wrong with them. It's called rain. It comes down from heaven. It goes drip, drip, drip.
Germany's a great city.
I do know that.
It's insane. Why are you going there? He's a feta.
The era has become.
Here he is, having the time of his life.
That's 50% stupid.
My son is an idiot.
What is Colorado Rockies?
Oh, hello. What happened there?
We're back.
Our
Well,
audio
I know
dropped
we're
out
back.
there, yeah.
What happened?
Well, it's too hard to explain, but I jumped ahead.
All right.
Don't ask questions.
It happens.
We got some shuffling going on.
So you were talking about swingers?
We were? Oh.
Yes, you were.
Yeah, there was the talk that maybe Phil
Yeah.
and his gal are into.
Do you know, here's a pro tip for you bros out there.
What do we got?
And for Big Suk, who probably already knows this. But if you're on a cruise, do you know what the pineapple means?
Yeah, that's the pineapple and then like the white rock. Yeah, there's different symbols.
I thought it was an upside down pineapple. Isn't that?
I do think it might be the upside down.
I don't think it matters. This says it doesn't matter.
Just the pineapple.
But it's if you are on a cruise and outside your door on said cruise, you put any form of pineapple, you want to swing.
So,
the other people know that.
Did then people just show up at your door and like knock and they're like, "Hey, what's up?"
I'm guessing so, yeah.
Wouldn't it be funny then to just go around and start putting pineapples on people's doors?
Yes.
Like if I ever go on a cruise, I'm just bringing some pineapple stickers with me.
I don't even think I can say it, but I think of the old school scene where there's the knock at the door and Luke Wilson opens the door. And
yeah.
He was like, "Hello, I'm here for the."
Yeah. Like, whoops. Huh? We've it is always weird. We had a company party a number of years ago where someone was trying to recruit people for that. That person was let go. Were you there for that one?
Wait, was that person let go as a result of that?
I don't know if it was necessarily a result. I think it might have been kind of the final straw, maybe. But we had someone who was there with their girlfriend, and they were actively recruiting for a little Christmas holiday fun outside of the bar. And I was like, wow, that's a bold move, because he hadn't been here very long, and he did seem a swarthy individual. If you were going to pick out who was the swinger at our office, it would be him. But I just thought it was kind of interesting that he was just boldly going out there and kind of throwing those feelers out.
Most likely swinger at the Fan.
Maybe a Swigard?
We're going back to Swag.
I think so. Swag's very proud of his sexuality. You know?
He is?
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Swag's that guy that'll Swag will get a little braggadocious. You know, he's that guy. I think most people kind of, you laugh it off.
Here's the situation.
Or you make fun of like, oh yeah, I got a small one or whatever. Swag's that guy. It's like, not me. Oh man.
Shut up.
Yeah, and it's I could see that. I'm trying to think of is there anyone else?
Probably you. Black Dawn.
Whoa!
The timing on that one was
black, please. Thank you.
I'd like to secretly think that Jeff Rust is into some weird stuff.
It's possible.
Yeah.
I mean, you never know, man.
You never know, man.
You don't know. You don't know about anybody.
You never know who's into what.
No.
Behind closed doors,
Well, I mean,
man.
what would be the tell of someone who's a swinger?
I don't know if there
You know what I'm
is-
saying?
I don't know if there is one.
Yeah, I don't think there is. That's what makes it hard.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know.
Well, and that's the thing is too. Everyone has this idea that swingers are like these really hot, like in shape, like like good looking people, and that's just not. I don't.
They're just normal people with
They're
kink.
just normal people. You ever see like those nudist camp videos or whatever? You go to a nude beach. It's not the beautiful people.
Yeah, those resorts or whatever. It's not like just teeming with hots.
No.
It's
not?
no. Everyone's brought a little extra baggage with them.
Yeah, it's a lot of like it's insane. It's happening here. I don't know if you can accurately pick that out. It's probably the person you least expect.
That's what I think. And if we go with that theory, maybe Dirt?
I was just gonna say Andy Dirt Johnson.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't picture Dirt into any of that.
Well, that's
but
what I mean.
Yeah. And his name is Dirt.
What about Buckley? Is Buckley deflecting here?
How about that? Yeah, Buckley's trying to throw us off the scent.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, why don't you guys think about Dirt? Yeah, what about
Yeah,
Dirt, guys?
What about Dirt?
Yeah, guys.
Picture Buckley in his Turkish robes. He did go to that Turkish bathhouse, right?
Yeah, went there to swing, man.
Yeah.
Tell you what, Turkish Buckley is a handsome lad.
Yeah.
So is Indian Buckley. Did you see Indian Buckley?
He didn't see Indian
I
Buckley.
didn't see Indian Buckley.
Yeah, there's Indian Buckley where he was at a wedding in India. he had his headdress on and everything.
Yeah, and a kurta.
See, what's weird is that Buckley has two very different lives. Like, we only know married
average suburban Buckley.
Average suburban Buckley. And I'm fascinated. Not that I'm uninterested in suburban Buckley, but you can't get suburban Buckley to do anything. Suburban Buckley is home, and his wife wants him home, and there's kids, and it's very responsible. I want to get to know
the international man of mystery.
Yes, I want that version of Buckley. I want to get to know Turkish Buckley.
I miss that version too.
Yeah.
Is he deep down in there still, or
Oh
is
yeah.
he?
Oh yeah.
Has he been beat
No,
out?
he still comes out from time to time.
When's the last time that Buckley came out?
Turkish Buckley?
Yeah, like that guy.
Travel the world as a single man? Not very long. I mean, not recently.
Well, you don't have to be traveling. I just mean like you're in that mode, that frame of mind.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, like I go on a golf trip a couple times a year with the buddies. That I don't know, makes me harkens back to younger days. You know.
Because, like, you know who else is a little bit like this?
They
Is,
all
like,
suck balls.
Like, back in the day, Dusty would throw down. And now Dusty is an upstanding member of the community.
Yeah.
But every now and then, you get Dusty on the right golf trip or hanging out with his Southern Oregon buddies, he'll put the hammer down, and you get to see Turkish. You get to see Turkish fans.
That's what happens here. Is I think that like me and most of my other like friends and peers that I get together with on these trips and stuff, they're all kind of leading similar-ish lives, and then we get back there, we're like, oh, remember 20 years ago we used to tear stuff up, and then it all goes like that.
Yeah, see, I'm always fascinated by that. And look, I've had my day of plenty of partying days.
Sure.
And my friends and I, we've had a good time over the years. But when I get with them, especially now, but like even in my 30s, certainly in my 40s, when you get back with old friends, drinking friends, you know, that where you've had the debaucherous times.
Oh, yeah.
I am always amazed at how many of them still drink the way they did back in the day.
Yeah, because you've slowed down.
Yes,
I'm
not even
almost no one in my group can. People just try for a night.
Exactly.
And then it's like,
and that's what I mean. It's like, I ain't even trying, dude. I'm going to bed. Screw all of you.
Yeah.
I'm not 24 anymore.
But then there's always a guy or two that like the next day can't hang for the front nine
Exactly.
or whatever. Yeah.
But there's just something in men that we just have to like somehow hold on to that. Or maybe we're just trying to show off that, yeah, still party, man. No, you don't. You've got 3 kids. You haven't drank in a year and you're about to throw up. That's not fun.
Yeah, I mean, it's
weird. Like you go on these golf trips, these guys get housed.
Yeah.
Like they're 12 or 20.
Well, I think for a lot of them, it's their
21.
It's their only. It's the only outlet, right? It's
Meanwhile, I'm up at 5 grabbing coffee, going to the coffee shop. You know, sending a few emails.
Yeah. I'll throw
well,
down.
not really.
I'll throw down. My biggest problem is that if you leave me alone, it's better that if I'm with friends, because then you give me boundaries. I'm better when I have guardrails. But if you place me somewhere on my own,
But if we put you in a house, let's say you're on a golf trip.
Yeah.
You're at Bandon or whatever.
Sure.
There's not that much going on.
No.
There's a ton of booze.
Yeah.
And a couple of the bros go to bed,
Mm-hmm.
but several of the bros stay up and they're freaking getting down.
Sure.
Are you getting down just because, or are you doing what you would normally do, or doing what your body told you to do at the time, or how you felt?
See, the
Because
problem...
I think guys get in that situation. It doesn't matter how they feel.
Sure.
It doesn't matter anything other than I'm going deep.
I have two periods of this. The problem is that I have a bad tolerance, and so I'm usually the one doing okay.
You have a great tolerance.
Yes, a great tolerance. A bad tolerance for that, in that
Right, but you can just keep going.
I can just keep going, and so unfortunately, I hate to be the one to do this, but a lot of times I'm the one that gets the friend. I kill him because I will just be up.
Interesting phrasing.
I will just be up drinking.
Can we give that as a drop, please? I think we need it.
I'm the one that brings the friend. I kill him.
Yeah, well, all right. It's like,
I know what you mean.
yeah, like we had this once when the first time I went out with our boss, the great and late Kim. We love Kim.
Oh yeah, rest in peace.
Rest in peace. So Kim was like, when Kim got hired, Kim was like, I want to go out, and Kim's kind of like known as like she's like
she parties.
She parties, and so Kim was like,
the listeners know that.
yeah. And so I was like Kim goes out and Kim's like drinking with me, and I said, you should probably pace yourself. And Kim's like, you don't worry about me. And I said, this isn't going to end well for you. And she got all indignant about it and started to try to drink with me. And needless to say, one of us drove the other one home and the other one puked in the other person's car. So that happens sometimes. If we're on a golf trip, I'm usually not the one that's throwing up. I'm usually one that has caused the throw up. But if you leave me by myself, I'm way more inclined to get into trouble than if I have people around me. My biggest problem is like if I went somewhere, if you put me in New Orleans on my own for a month, I'm afraid that I would die. Like that would be my problem. Because then I'll be bored. There's no one around to kind of rein me in, and then I will go seek out things to do. And that's when problems can arise.
Why are we talking about this?
I don't know. How did this happen?
Dude, he's
Last
such
time-
an effing loser.
Last time Turkish Buckley came out.
Yeah,
Oh,
Turkish
Turkish Buckley, yeah.
Because I want to see one night, like when we had the big snow in, or remember we had the ice storm.
Yeah, you tried to get me to not go home, basically.
Yes, I have a friend of mine who is a fantastic drinker with me, and we can go hard. And Buckley was stuck at the station, and my buddy just lives like kind of down the road, so I was like, this is the perfect time. And like, this is Turkish Buckley. I'm like, let's go. There was a bar open across the street from his house. I'm like, we're doing this. And I thought I almost had him. I was like, come on. And he passed.
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna get him.
No.
As long as he's in the throes of the boring dad life.
Yeah.
And he's you're not getting him out of that.
No.
It's just not happening.
It depends. I mean,
The
it depends.
only way-
you can isolate me, and like there's a part I still like to have fun. Like and
I don't think you do.
Oh, I do. But the problem is there can be. I'm trying to think about the right way to say this, but basically, if I'm going out just tearing it up on my own, and I'm leaving my wife home with the kids to just figure that all that out, and there's not some sort of reciprocation, that gets old real fast. So.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're in that life,
But
and
that
that's
doesn't-
okay.
But that doesn't mean that those opportunities don't ever come up. They do.
Yeah. All right.
I just want to see it once.
There's probably 6 or 7 guys I could name that I would rather do. See? All right. Well, anyway, I don't know what.
Yeah, we got derailed.
So there's a guy who went viral. Actually, is a woman. She goes viral.
I'm the one that gets the friend. I kill him.
She makes a bunch of money off of going viral, but it was kind of bad why she went viral.
Oh.
And now she's suing. But she made a bunch of money.
Interesting.
Can you do that?
I don't know. I'm intrigued.
That story next on The Fan.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
Tino's been traded. The
I wish that had gone out on the air.
I just see Rob puttering around in there. What's happening?
I hear the whatever, the bumper coming back, and I was sending a message to my buddy, so my head was down, and I'm getting ready to look up because I hear it. So, Isaac and Sue, so I'm putting it in my headphone, and all I hear was Rob just like shout out just a horrid obscenity, like a row of them, and my first thought was, what? And I looked up, I was like, oh, we're not on the air. You like?
Well, I just had some issues.
Had some headphone issues?
Yeah,
All right.
just
What the f*** are you talking about?
bad things were happening, and they kept happening, and I was exacerbated.
I was not prepared. I was not prepared to hear that. It's insane coming back from.
Damn it!
It is true though when you have that, when like you have a string of things happen and there's just nothing you can do.
It's just unbelievable.
It's just unbelievable.
It's like, how does that happen now?
Yeah.
What? Yeah. And then you go GDMFer.
I'll have that where like you're in the kitchen or whatever and you drop something and then you go to pick it up and you drop it again and then that hits into something. It's like that where it's just it's a comedy of errors and the only way to get out of it is to just stop and then say the worst curse word that you can have.
Then it gets in your kitchen and you start choking and you
And
can't
the
pick it up.
absolute worst is when it's uncharacteristic and you're doing it in front of somebody else and you're like, oh no, this isn't that big of a deal. But you just keep kind of biffing it and you're like, I swear this isn't. No, I don't. Yeah.
Whoops. Well, glad to have you back.
Thanks. I'm good now.
Well, it is. It's like once you get that curse word out, it's cathartic. It's a good.
That's right.
Yeah.
It helps.
Yeah.
Cursing helps.
Yeah.
That's what they say.
The other day I was walking and I stubbed my toe, which I hate anyways. Just kicked the S out of it.
Hurt.
And so then when I was doing kind of the hop thing, and then I hit my shoulder on the door frame, and so now I was like, son of a gun, and then I was off balance, and I have like a bookshelf at my house that has like a bunch of like tchotchkes on it. It's just there's some picture frames, like bric-a-brac type stuff. And guess what happened when my big fat ass ran into the bookshelf? Everything on it just collapses. Like all of the stuff just falls down. And now I've got a hurt toe. I slammed my shoulder into the wall. I hate ass. And now I've fallen into the bookshelf, tipping everything over. What? That may have been the loudest F-bomb that I have ever dropped. And it was just like, it was like you said, just a comedy of errors. And then, of course, everyone else like comes like downstairs is like, what's wrong? And you don't have an it. You're like, I don't, just.
Like, shut up.
Exactly.
Go away.
Everyone's like, slowly walk away, everyone. This isn't the conversation you need to have.
Shut up.
I remember something similar happening to my dad when I was a kid. He was like trying to light the charcoal briquettes for the grill outside, and he accidentally kicked the little canister where you light them all up before you pour them in there, and he stubbed his toe. He's hopping around on one foot, and then he hops on one of the briquettes that he had spilled. So he didn't really know which foot to hold or to yell at, and kind of just collapsed in a heap.
Where were we at?
Chicken things.
There is a Brazilian woman who went viral after refusing to give up her pre-selected window seat.
Oh, I saw this story.
For a crying child.
Yeah.
She has now officially filed charges against the airline and the person who filmed her, which was not the mother of the child.
Yeah.
Was another passenger.
Yeah.
So she's 29 years old. Her name is Jennifer Castro. She's a bank employee, and a video of the incident, which Jennifer says was actually filmed by a fellow passenger, went viral, leading to a whirlwind of online shaming. So she unexpectedly rose to social media fame. Her Instagram following skyrocketed to 2.1 million followers, which led her to secure multiple brand deals as an influencer.
Huh.
But now she has filed suit against the airline, and she seeks compensation for distress and damages caused by the whole ordeal.
What did the airline do exactly? I mean,
I don't know.
They didn't shame her. Did the airline force her to give up her seat? I mean, it doesn't sound like she gave up her seat.
Blaming the airline because she's mad at the world?
Yeah, I don't.
She is citing judicial secrecy when declining to reveal the amount and would not Yeah, the amount. It's something about the legal paperwork. I don't know. She says she wants to prevent similar public shaming and what she calls unauthorized exposure in the future. But yet she profited from it.
She did profit. Actually, probably the best thing that ever happened to her. But what I'm confused is, so this is the way because I did see something about this. And it was my understanding that she was shamed because she refused to give up the seat. But if the airline, you don't have to give up your seat. And it wasn't the airline that filmed her. It was another passenger that filmed her. So why is the airline, other than asking her to move seats, why is the airline at fault for any of this? If anything, you should sue the dumbass that filmed you.
Probably just because they have all the money.
They've got all the money.
You know.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a case there. But I will state this, and this is where I support this woman 100%. This, you having to give up your seat for other people is bogus. Absolutely rubbish. You don't have to give up anything. Nowadays, like when you go to buy, like we're all paying for our seat. Unless you want the middle seat in row 37, you're having to pay extra for the seat that you got. So this whole thing of someone comes along and is like, well, for this kid or for this person, now it'd be nice if you would, but you're not required to. There's 1,000 other people, actually there's a couple hundred other people on the plane. Ask one of them, why is it upon me to solve your problem?
Well, it actually in that way is kind of an interesting lawsuit. She does have rights.
Yeah.
And when someone is just shamed for something that is well within their rights, that...
But the airline had nothing to do with the shaming. They
Well,
just had
she
to do
said,
with the
okay, so her quote says, I decided to sue the airline because what happened to me was a huge embarrassment and this situation should never have reached this point. No one deserves to go through what I went through, being filmed, insulted, and attacked just for exercising a basic right. So she's, you know, what she's saying, I kind of get it. But at the same time, I don't think you should be able to profit from this terrible thing that happened to you and then sue about it.
I get being upset about it, but I just don't see how this is the airline's fault.
Well, again, I think she's just suing the airline because some lawyer is seeing dollar signs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
they're going to loosely tie in the airline.
Yeah, someone's saying it's kind of effed up how you can just randomly get filmed and then your life gets ruined.
And that's her point. And quite frankly, that's a point.
Yeah.
That is a point. Because she had
But it's not one that you get to make against the airline.
That's right. But she said, because she does have the right to hold on to her seat. She paid for the seat.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, it's your life.
so who, if that happened, and she, you know, you may question if her life is ruined. She says that she lost her job. At the height of the repercussions, she didn't leave the house. She said it's had an emotional impact. She was scared. You know, all this stuff. You know, all the things you say when
that's lawsuity.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, no, they were hurting you so bad. Oh, no.
But what was I going to tell you? I had an amazing point.
You were going to nail it?
And now I don't remember what I was going to tell you.
Let me ask you that. If you're sitting in a seat and we got a crying baby, I don't know exactly what the situation is, but the airline comes up and says, hey, we got a situation here. Would you be willing to switch? If you just politely said no, what?
Well, that's what she's saying.
But that's my point. Is like, what sort of that's not shameful. Wouldn't the airline at that point just turn to someone else? I mean,
oh no, she's talking about like I think it's just because it went viral, and then all the people online.
Yeah,
I think is where the shame comes from because people are ruthless.
I just wonder what her. Because anytime I see one of these videos where someone gets shamed, they're kind of bringing it upon themselves. Yeah, I get that it sucks that your life is ruined because of a video, but at the same time, you're still doing the action.
But her point is, I had every right to not move seats.
Yes.
And therefore not have to go through
So there is no action that is really she should be shamed this much for, other than people just didn't like the fact that she didn't give up the seat for the stupid kid.
But see, I need to see this. I want to see this video because I have a hard time believing that there's all this shame if someone said, hey, would you mind moving seats? And you just politely said, you know what? Actually, I do. I really like this seat. I paid for it. Is it okay? But I'm just going to stay here in my seat. I find it hard to believe that video goes viral and that your life gets ruined.
Well,
as opposed to someone then, like, was she yelling and screaming, how dare you? Like,
no, it doesn't sound like it was violent in any way. She just said, I believe that we should respect people's choices and decisions, especially when they are within their rights. We live in a society where no is often seen as rude or selfish, but this needs to change. Each person has their own reasons, preferences, and limits, and all of this must be respected without judgment.
Yes. Yeah, I just
So it's all a good point. It's just, is that a lawsuit or is that just social commentary?
I don't think
nice
so. And
philosophy to
again,
have.
obviously this escalated to a point that it became a thing, and I'd be wondering. I'm just interested to know who escalated it.
And
Yeah.
I don't remember the clip, but it wouldn't have gone viral if it was just this soft-talking, peaceful thing. So there had to have been some
Well, let's go
bombastic
find
or
it.
animated.
Yeah, I need to hear this because you know what I'm saying. I just that seems like a fairly simple thing.
Now, if she got miffed and acted a fool because she didn't like their request,
Yes.
that's a different story.
But I've been asked to change seats before. I've had that
Sure.
on an airplane, and I just am having a hard time believing you simply saying no. I'd rather not switch. I have a hard time believing that turns into look at this bitch here. You know
What's amazing
Yeah.
about it is
that kind of thing doesn't go viral.
they're saying this is viral, and yet I can't find
can't
it.
find it.
She got like 2.1 million viewers on Instagram from it, and it's nowhere to be found.
What's her name?
Her name is Jennifer Castro, and it was GOL Airlines.
Let's see if we can find this. Because I just
I can't find it.
The whole thing sounds fishy to me. Seems
So
very-
is
seems
it
very
worse if
strange.
she was acting like a bitch?
Yes. Like, if she was acting like a bitch and that's what led to this whole mess, and that's why I'm wondering. It just seems like this shouldn't be a situation that escalated. It's like when you see the Karen that's just acting like a total ass clown because she wants to know, why are you in my pool? I don't think you live here. I want to see your ID. And the person's like, well, no, I don't need to show you my ID. And then Karen loses it and someone films her and she gets shamed for it. Yeah, that Karen brought that upon herself. I just need to know whether or not old Jennifer Castro here was really an innocent bystander in this, or if she kind of was the one that spurned this on.
Here's what she said. She said the incident began during boarding when she noticed a child sitting in her designated seat. Since she had selected the window seat in advance, she expected the child to move to another seat.
Yeah.
She said, quote, I waited for him to correctly accommodate himself in another seat, and then I sat down in my seat. The situation escalated when someone began filming Castro without her consent. And that's it. That's all it says.
Yeah, that's
If I'm a random person, I'm not just filming a random lady sitting down in her seat if there's not like, I mean, the kind of people that film airline altercations, there's an altercation happening. That's why they start filming. It's not just like random conversations between flight attendants and passengers.
I've got the video here now.
There's also some stuff out there about violation of image rights with her that has sprung up because of this.
Yeah, all right.
I buy.
Because I found the video.
Okay, what do we got?
Well, it's hard without
Where'd
the audio.
you find it?
I found it on YouTube. So I want to.
Right. We're going to study it.
Yeah.
Zapruder style.
Yeah.
And then we'll talk about it. Hey, is this, are we doing, are we on time? Oh, damn it. We're 12 minutes behind. Here's Buck.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on the Fan on the college hardwood today. The Oregon men beat Indiana 72-59 in the Big Ten tournament. Oregon advances to face Michigan State tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. We'll, of course, have the coverage right here on the Fan starting at 8:30. Over in the ACC tournament, Duke is a winner today, but they may have lost Cooper Flagg for the postseason. He goes down with an ankle injury, likely done for the ACC tournament. His status for the NCAA tournament is in question. Round one of the Players' Championship out at TPC Sawgrass is in the books. A three-way tie atop the leaderboard between Lucas Glover, JJ Spawn, and Camilo Villegas. They are all 6 under par. Trailing them are Minwoo Lee, Billy Horschel, Rory McIlroy, and Akshay Bhatia, who are all 5 under. Handful of names at 4 under as well, including Ricky Fowler. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy from Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Jump back to earlier parts of your favorite fan shows on
Jennifer, you did nothing wrong, and you should not have to move for someone's bratty kid. You want that seat, pay for it. I paid for. I guarantee that window seat cost her money.
Yeah, I'm sorry. As a parent of young kids, it's insane for me to think that I'm going to show up with split seats and be accommodated. If I can't put my family together, I'm not going on that flight expecting you to move because of it.
If I was sitting next to Jennifer, I would have turned to the mom and told her to cram it.
Yeah.
But the other one that I will say, Jennifer, you weren't damaged by this. You weren't. No one is. Your life was not ruined because of it. In fact, most of the people around, assuming, were on her side. No one else was yelling at her. It was one lady that was yelling at her. Stop it.
So she doesn't need fat stacks of cash from the airline?
No. But I will say that I think it's if you're the airline, you probably should have stepped in and told that bitch to sit down with the phone and be like, yeah, you don't get to do this on our plane.
You go to your seat. She's going to stay in her seat.
She's going to stay in her seat. You sit in that seat. Otherwise, get your ass off the plane.
Yeah, it's kind of a hairy one because of that right there. That's interesting. But also, just her point is a great one. Jennifer's.
Yeah.
That, look, I did nothing wrong. It is my right to stay in this seat, and you've now filmed me and shamed me. Now, I'm with you that all of the online bullying or whatever, she's making that out as if it ruined her life. And maybe it did, but I doubt it. In other words, I don't think there's a lawsuit here, but I think her commentary is dead on. Like, I think that she has a point. The question is does that point, does it reach the level of a lawsuit?
Is that responsibility incumbent on anyone?
Where people will think twice. Yeah, it could be, like, that could be kind of a landmark lawsuit if you think about it.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, the airline shouldn't put up with that crap for 2 seconds. The moment you take out your phone and you start yelling at another passenger, because they'll kick you off. They don't need any reason to boot you. That stewardess or flight attendant should have been lickety-split down there and told that lady, we're not doing this. Sit down. No tolerance for this. I understand. Your kid is over there. Where's your seat? Cool. Sit down right there or we're getting your ass off the plane. That's the thing is, like, we got to, and I'm a little surprised the airline didn't do this because I don't know if you've noticed lately, airlines aren't giving an F anymore.
No.
Airlines are done putting up with this.
Yeah. Well, we're on Jennifer's side in this one. I don't know about a lawsuit, but...
By the way, let me just add, Jennifer.
Kind of
hot.
Not bad.
Yeah, I'd let her influence me.
Banking professional Jennifer Castro. We will wrap it up next on The Fan.
The best basketball party is back. George